Praise the Lord. Oh, I said praise the Lord. I'm reading from Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your path. Amen. Shall we be upstanding as we pray if you can? So with me now, so our Lord and Master Jesus, we have come before you with gratitude and humility, seeking your guidance and blessing as we embark on this program. Lord, grant us wisdom and discernment as we engage with this meeting. Help us to cultivate unity and collaboration among all participants. May our efforts align with your purposes and bring positive impact. Open hearts and minds to listen, to learn, and to grow together. Guide us to act with integrity, transparency, and fairness. We request that you bless the relationships we will build and nurture through this program. Grant us effective communication and mutual understanding. Help us to work towards shared goals that benefit all. Empower us to make decisions that foster growth and success. May this program bear fruits that glorifies you and serve others. And now we commit this stakeholder program into your hands. Lord, seeking your blessing and guidance. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray. May all the saints say a big Amen.
Oh, Amen. Yade Nyankopon di ahyase de. Megidi ye pa se ebewie nkunimdie mu. Ka ame ba ko ka ho. Afe baby adu no ebeyi atiti ne a ya to nsa from ni bi nso akyere. Ye de be free nananom so. Ye de be free nananom so. Ye wo nana opon frenyam a oye adankrenyam anyene. Aha, amanse adankrenyam anyene. We dem ya medium. Sa. Ana ye wo Tasibre Kofi Asante Mensa. Ono so ye sabronu manyene. O mo samano ai. Sana na be sorry ati ade na ese mu odu pa. Matutu mani ye wo nana amonu jamfua se wa bonsu. Nse nana nya medui. Ono so ye nana to ase hima. Osa ye chairman for the PURC Consumer Service Committee. Chairman for PURC Consumer Service Committee of Boise. Afe, ya di free PURC in Penifua, omo high table, so. Ya wo Professor Ebenezer Bugri Anafo. O Prof, Pachome Ewu Kakra. Professor, a commissioner, a board member of the PURC. Ya wo Dr. Kwabena Nyako Otu. Dr. Kwabena Nyako Otu, so your board member PURC. Your Dr. Awawu Salifu. Ono enya meduye. Ena your Dr. Shafiq Suleiman. The executive secretary of the PURC. Yeah, Madam Barakisu. Madam Barakisu so also a commissioner of the PURC. Omo sama madam. Afeyahwe directors are omufi PURC bae. Alhaji Tabaru Abukari. Alhaji Tabaru Abukari, Director Research, Director Regional Operations and Consumer Service. Alhaji Waha. Oh, Alhaji Wamuman Samano. Director Regional Operations and Consumer Services. There was Mr. Emmanuel Fiate, that is Director Water Services and Performance Monitoring, PURC. Also Waha. Oh, Muman Samano. Why are there pa? There was Mr. Wallace Diodu, Director Finance and Admin. Director Finance and Admin PURC, also Waha. And I want Dr. Eric Kofi Obute, Director Research and Corporate Affairs. Also, oh, Doc. Oh, we have the Kakra. The Doc, I had the Juma. After your Dr. Robert Aziz Dia, Deputy Director, Corporate Affairs, Onuso Waha. Oh, dog, so I'm one semano. After Yaton Sanso Frere, the regional minister, Ashanti region. Onyambedu ye benim se eden a obeba bedu a. Yewo Water River Authority Kumasifo omohwe Ashanti Mantam yanso wa. Engineer Obed Opoku, Manager Commercial Services, or how me no. Oh, Engineer Pejamu Kakra. Yehu. Engineer Pejamu Kakra. That's it. Yewo Engineer Joseph Obin Kwachi. Onoso wa. Yewo Engineer Ivan Micah Amwa. Afe yase sanko fa yenchi. PUS inso. Yewo the regional manager Ashanti region. Mr. Edward Kingston Bodia, Onoso wa. Oh, Mom Samana, the AIFF nyina and Sanwa, Mom Samana pa. Afe yawa great consul, Mr. Samuel Aqua, Director Corporate Strategy. Oh, Onoso wa. Oh, Mom Samano, Ghana Great Company. Yawa ECG so penny for Ewa. Mr. Moses Oakley, General Manager Financial Planning. Oh, Mom Samano. Yawa Mrs. Gloria Ann Takwa Mante, Onusu ye manager Tariff. Onusu ha Omewuno. Emso Yamedu ye. Yawa Mr. William Boatin, Director Communications, ECG. Onusu bae. Na Oba Asante Mantewe Engineer George Amwa, General Manager Ashanti West, ECG. Oh, Oha Momon Semano. Yawa Engineer Peter Fletcher. Engineer Peter Fletcher. Emso ye General Manager Sub Transmission. Onusu medu ye. Yawa Engineer Mensa Asari, General Manager Ashanti East. Yaguswa yabu boles ne ko kakra. Afe Ghana Water so yawa Mr. Seth Eric Atiapa, Chief Manager Special Duties. O abedu amon semana. Oh, akwaba. Yawa Mr. Ruby ni Odu. Onuso mai. Yawa Daniel Jedu Dakon. Oh, that Mr. Dame yehu nsakakra. Na afe yawo Mr. Solomon Buadu Anai. Mr. Solomon Buadu Anai enso wa ha. Afe yahwe omo regional team ni so a yawo Engineer Francis Ajeni Mbuaten, Chief Manager Ashanti South. Chief Manager Ashanti South wa ompeja ne sam yehu no. Ana omedu ye. Onam kwa so ba. Yawo Dr. Hansen Mensa Akute, Chief Manager Ashanti Production. Oh doc, peja muni yehu kakra. Oh, no, Munya, a trio for them. And I want Mr. Stephen Charles Azza Yao, Ashanti North, Regional Manager, Chief Manager, and so on. Now, yes, I told Safre, Yama Muketia for tomato salad, or more hana. Oh, more him after baby, Yama Memoir, Omuto tomatoes will do Omutoa. Levy member steering committee, Kejetia, Omutoa. Omunya medu ye. Your original 18 Traders Association, Omozo wa, Omomaye. Your Kumasi City Market Union, Umpeni Fowa, Pejansani Umo, Namuantin Yawa. Your Butchers Association. Oh, Butchers, Mumpojamun say, and Yamuayan Renam, Butchers, Mumpojamun say, Your Progressive Petty Traders and so on. Omoha Mumu. After your Tailors Association. Tailors Association, my dear mom and mammo. And your Ghana Hairdressers and Beauticians Association, so after your Ghana National Association of Teachers, Reps, Umpejamuni and Jamo, Nat. And a National Association of Graduate Teachers and so penny for Yehu Mokakra. After a Kwone Dawson, Hoteliers Association, Yawo Wabiajan of Assembly, Yawo Bekwai Municipal Assembly for Ewa say. Yawo Otafu Municipal Assembly Ewa Bosomche Poultry Farmers Association Ewom Bosome Freho Yagusua Yabobona Yabetu so. And I'm say a braining tea. You met here in social so an ede. Echo. A fire yadu suono. Yan Chan Wokano. Yabetu Safre, the Executive Secretary of the PULC. Not in the welcome address, Abba. Oman Sawabra invited Dr. Shafiq Suleiman to the podium. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you and welcome to this very important public hearing. The special guest of honor, His Royal Highness, the Supreme Manhini, Dasibre Kofi Ashanti Mensa, Nana Opoku Freeman, Adenkra Jiman Chief Omahini, Paramount Chief, revered traditional leaders of Ashanti Mine, esteemed leaders of the Metropolitan Assembly, municipal and district assemblies, cherished representatives from our universities and tertiary institutions, respected leaders of market associations, members of the media, fellow commissioners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this very important public hearing here in the Ashanti region, the heartbeat of Ghana and the cultural heritage of Ghana. As the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission continues its nationwide public hearing on the multi-year tariff review order from 2025 to 2030, that's the MITO review. It gives me immense pride to be here in Kumasi with my fellow commissioners, the Garden City of Ghana, West Africa, to continue this critical consultation with consumers whose perspectives are central to the nation's progress and to Mother Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the MITO is the framework that will determine how electricity and water tariffs are structured and adjusted over the next 5 years. It's beyond the figures. What we are doing is beyond the figures. We are looking at industries, the impact of the figures on industries, regulatory formulas. This review is ultimately about people. It is about you, the consumer. It is about the industries and industrious men and women of the Ashanti region whose hard work sustains growth and prosperity for Mother Ghana. A walk through KGTM market, central markets, and Bantama market reveals traders whose livelihood depends on a reliable supply of electricity and for their refrigeration, lighting, and daily operations. When power becomes stable, their goods, when power becomes unstable, their goods perish, productivity declines, and income is lost. Consequently, when tariffs increases without a corresponding improvement in service delivery, the impact is felt deeply within our tertiary institutions and local markets, and even in our homes. From the Swami Magazine, Industrial Enclave to Bakwe, Obuasi, and Asakwa, as such, the tariff structure must balance the need for cost recovery for the utilities with the pressing concern of affordability and reliability of the service. In the water sector, residents of Ejisu, Mampong, Honango, and other growing communities face the dual challenge of expanding population and aging infrastructure. However, such rise in demand equally requires a tariff framework that is fair, realistic, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, and Nana Num, these realities remind us why stakeholders' engagement and public hearings are very essential. Be rest assured that every proposal submitted by the utilities companies will be rigorously analyzed with your support and your input. Every piece of feedback, including what we are gathered here today to discuss, will be taken into consideration, and your interest, your ultimate interest as consumers, will be critically taken, and the feedback here will be taken into consideration in arriving at the final tariff. Consequently, your voices today will help shape a future tariff structure that truly serves the people of Ghana and you, the consumer. In conclusion, I urge you all to participate actively in today's dialogue, ask your questions, share your experiences, and offer your suggestions to the utilities and to the Commission in the determination of the final multi-year tariff order. Together, Nana, let us all build a utility sector that reflects the resilience and unity of the Ashanti mine and the people of Ghana in all. Thank you for coming and welcome to this very important multi-year tariff order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shafiq Suleiman, Executive Secretary of the PURC. He's doing a fantastic job. Madam Roma, is it Sankofa Yenchi? Enipano Dodona Neba. Yawo General Manager Ashanti South ECG and so on. Engineer Jonathan Ejaben. Engineer Jonathan. Oh, Engineer Mami Mwe. Oh, no swabedu. Yawo Pastor Professor John Apia. Bantama SDA Church. Oh, no so oh, Pastor Momon Zamano. After yawo security service no empany for bebre ewa. Yawo reps from the Ghana Armed Forces Central Command. Omabedu ana. Mama Yamumo, Mema Manono. Oh, I'm on the way to Fefe. Your Ghana National Fire Service reps and so on from the regional command, Ghana National Fire Service. And so we do here. Your Ghana Police Service for also Ewaha, Omi Ghana Police Service. And so I'm going do here. Your Ghana Immigration Service for from the regional command, Omoha, Mosum Pejom and Sani and Shomo. Oh, Omono Fefe Omotuono. Your Ghana Prison Service, almost Fefe, Omobayana, Omo, Ghana Prison Service, Regional Command, and so I was happy. Now, a far Yadu Suono, Yebeti, Anudisem Kakra, Efri, the chairman of this very program. A Dr. Kwabena Nyako Otu, Nono Fan Anudisem, Emetuja. Oh, one someone or bad dog Ebano. Oh, you can do better. Bomuye.
Thank you. Nananum, with your permission, I'm standing on all the existing protocol. And to say, I'm Akwaba to the media, we say, May the brofon on the tree in the Befre Frank, and Akwaba to all of you, all the market women, all the trade unions, and all the security agencies will be our babyano, Yamamo Akwaba. Sebekaya, Ben Fiemian Zeni, Yabaha, the same hall, Premper Assembly Hall, every day to maybe DABC. Na Jumadia na Yebidino, a Jumadia, and here. To say the executive secretary, Ekayano. Ni here said the utility companies in name ECG omobre kanea we fie Ghana Water omobre yensuo Britco omo na se VR for enwa kanea no we omo so ade bre ECG omo saa adwumakue e de abeto PURC anim se tariffs na aya yitua for enyinam kanea ene nsuo no esase yatum de ma wo mo me assure so say you may have heard some of the figures be so more per 55%, maybe per 200, maybe per 70. Now PURC adwuma na ayeye no say utility for no e de bibi sa betu ye nimu a o ma yo mo nkonta mathematics bebre o ma chirechirem technical bibia na ye o mu wi a emra ne hye ye se ye mehia ganafo enti sa program ya ene ye wo mu no ye ma eho akwanya se utility companies no omo be edi omo proposal no abeto Ghana for anim e wa Ashanti region na se omo de beto mo anim a mo bu so omo question se mo adwenkyire bi nso a modi ama wɔn. Na commissioners na ɛte ha no, what they will be doing is to take note. More question and more suggestion, we will take note. Na so omo kodun crime. Na a passe omo take a decision. All those questions and the suggestions you make will be factored into the decision that we will make. And we'll hear a program now. By the end of November, necessary be tuja. Say Ghana water for can so 200%. Yet me more maybe I am more 100%. Men can't say 100 though. I am some kind of maker. But to take that decision, we will reflect all the questions and the suggestions we have made in Ashanti region. We will reflect all the questions and the suggestions that have been made from Cape Coast to Takoradi to Ho. We will be going up north. All those things will be reflected in the decision we make. And this is very important because the PURC is a stakeholder board. And your technicalities in Kwan, and yet the utility companies in Kwan. On the board of PURC, we have various stakeholders. So the TUC is represented on the PURC board, and I represent the TUC. There's somebody from Association of Ghana Industries. There's somebody also from consumers. In fact, consumers, my man, on the share green. No. Yeah, making sure say tariff na utilities in the panel. A fact, I'm into one workers bit me at ya. Into one consumers bed a bit me at ya. So this platform is very important platform for all of us. Now, me say there's one thing me person me caution. Say be share mu say na utility for no cut tariff for some say yen 200 no. Obehe na yaje mark na de yebusa ne say yen su a bosumi mienu e ma ye na ne de ye ka ho asem. Mesra mo eno ehu hia. Na PURC no so e provide avenue channel a bitimi aye those complaints. Na ya resolve those complaints no. But there nkɔfoɔ no si yɛn to ɔmo tariff no mu 200%. So what the ones we asema emma eba they will get away 200 na de ye de kɔ. Nti ene mesrɛ mo mo fi money munya botre munya kukudo na mo ntie ɔmasɛm na ɔmo ka no. Sɛ ɔmo hia sika ɔmo hia sɛ wɔ suggestion bi sɛ sika we de ma we nye ye na mo nte mo kaso a so that this session doesn't become a complaint session. This session is an opportunity for you to talk about tariff. This is the reason why we are here. Having said that, let me once again welcome all of you to this engagement and ask you to do whatever you take to question ECG, Ghana Water, VRA, and Gridco, as we also take note, which will go into the decision we made. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Doc. Dr. Kobina Nyako Otu, the Commissioner of the PURC. Adaroma, yasai yegusu ayekona na nipane dodoane barane yebo mudin. Yawo the Chief Executive Officer of Obibini Blackman Limited. So ha on bejan and Sami Uno. Obibini Blackman, yeah, producers of Brukutu and that water. Ono ano ote ono. Afe yawo ya papa obompa ya my Pastor Abraham Eduam Church of Pentecost of Penyipa. Ono so one we vi ene hwe ni bio. Na ya to aso no. Ya besre se senior dog kasa no okan ye no. Se wo complaint bi na wo de ba ye na complaint a unya ho enwiae bia ECG for as complaint desk ewa anim ho o ha obia no obetimi ade akọ abra program ne course no mbe den on be hwe na ɔmɛsiesie no pɛpɛɛpɛ mu deɛ ɛdɛn ɛde ama wo wada roma sɛnɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɛturu sɛ wogye microphone no na wokasa ɛwɔ ha deɛ a na yɛ tariff proposal no ho nkɔmmɔ na woyɛ dɛn wobɛdie yɛda mo ase ɔfa a yɛdu soɔ no ɛwɔ sɛ yɛyi yɛ special guest of honor kyerɛ na afei ɔde n'ano du sɛm ɛyɛ dɛn ɛto dwa na yɛ special guest of honor no ɔyɛ ɔmanhene a ne mu odu paa yie ɔmanhene a ne mu odu paa yie sɛ woba otumfo ahemfi a ɔba a ɔtena gya ase afɛ kuom a kyerɛ sɛ ɛnyɛ fam koraa wokɔ ahafoano south east district no nso a ɛno nkoa na ɛyɛ paramount ayi a ɛyɛ dɛn paramount ɛyɛ dɛn ɛwɔ hɔ yɛkyɛ sɛ ne tumi no ɛmu odu na ɛnyɛ obiara ne sɛ ɔno ara saa akɔ yi me sɛ ka bio ɔsa yɛ civil engineer by profession a wotumi sɛ ne nimdeɛ no ɛkɔ nkan yie paa na nka wei deɛ sɛ na ɛmu odu no ɛsɛ nka ɛsrɛ bɛhye a nka yɛnte no akranteɛ baa no nanso sɛna mpanimfoɔ de ahyɛ me nsa yi deɛ mea na wɔsɛ meyɛ dɛn meseɛ with the honor and the greatest of honors, let me introduce to you the guest of honor for this program. Nana Sabronu Mahine. Our Dasibre Kofi Asante. Oh, Monsamanana. Monsamanana. Dasibre Kofi Asante. Abra Odina Nudisem Ebe Tujano. Nana, Bachwada Roma. Oh, mama nsam na nana ba. Mama nsam. Nana mu odu yie pa.
Yo, MC, medawase, wa kwenya wode amami. MC, ene jumedie ye juma esombo, nya Asante manko a Ghana nyina tiase ye hwe na yedin ye yedu ye soso choye. The chairman for the occasion, Dr. Kwabena Nyakon, the regional minister, Honorable Dr. Amwakon, Frank Amwakon Hene, the executive secretary of the PURC, Dr. Shafik Suleiman, Nana Opong Frenyam Adankreja Mahene, Nananom, the MDs of the regulated utility companies, former presiding bishop, Professor Emmanuel Ashanti, the clergy, the representatives of the chief imam, members of and valued citizens of Ghana, I bring to you special greetings from His Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Ose Tutu, the King of the Ashanti Kingdom. Nanase Omamunyina Akwaba, it is an honor to be with you today for this sheer dialogue on the increment of the utility tariffs. We understand that the rising costs of water and electricity are a significant burden on every household. These are essential services, and their increasing expense places a great strain on our family and our livelihood. Yet, the cost of these services is not rising in isolation. The destruction wrought by the illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey, that plague our land. That plague our land directly impact the provision of these vital utilities. Galamsey pollute our rivers with deadly chemicals, contaminating the very water we depend on for our life. It degrades our land and environment and sustain power infrastructure. This means that the cost of treating polluted water and challenges of maintaining reliable power are borne by all of us. On all stakeholders to join hands and collectively fight this hydra-headed monster. I call on all stakeholders to join hands and collectively fight this hydra-headed monster to
Camera sa ko off my.
Madam, is there any medical doctor around? Any medical doctor around? Any medical doctor around, please? Or a health professional? Any health professional, medical doctor, please come. yie yɛmpɛ sɛ yɛbɛkyena wo sɛ yɛamama nkɔ bi nti ɛfa a yɛde so no yɛbɛyɛ presentations no deɛ nti atikyiw ɛde yɛba a ɛyɛ danduamu ase yi no nti yɛ first presentation no ɛfiri Volta River Authority. Okay, Wadaroma, senior technical team nature nti culture troop mama ye bibi kakra na omo nhyehyɛ nneɛma no pass na yɛfa presentation into dwa adabraka. Yɛsrɛ sese nso nana ɛyɛ okay nti obiara ma ne nsɛm ma nana wayɛ adeɛ paa nana yɛ okay saa na teɛ biribiara yɛ okay ehu biara nyɛ dɛn enim bi wase. Sir. Sir. Car number JR 6449. Yes, what block you will do anymore. Car number JR 6449N. You don't know anymore, Kakra. Sir, amambre na etwagu no. Amambre na etwagu sa no. Sir, hwɛ fɛ. Baako, mmienu, mmiɛnsa, amambre etwagu. Papa bi, wɛnyɛ. Sir. Yeah. Papa. Ghana National Cultural Center. Aha, mo agufo ma na etwagu sa no. Sania ebia ne kɔ. Ebe sɛ yɛyɛ bibia wa no wa no. Nti ɔfa a yɛdu so no, yɛ start presentation no. Na yɛde Volta River Authority mpanimfoɔ na bɛ start. VR representative no ha. Ɔda oh bɔnsama no abra ɔba. VR.
MC, thank you very much.
VRA, you have 15 minutes. We're one. Tough.
Thank you. May I say, Nananom, the chair, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Ivan Soa Mensah, a principal economic analyst with VRA. I have the team here. I'll briefly just mention their name and just acknowledge them. We have Engineer Obedopoku, Manager for Business. We have Mr. Yao Tebri, Commercial Officer, and Mr. Benjamin Okreko. Because yeah, say we are opinion for people are very short. Also, be church mu or chini mu kakra amaye nya yati ase. Mpacho meshasia. What we'll begin with is with the critical investments that VRA has done over the period 2022 to 2025. When the tariff was given to us, what did we do with the tariff? We also would look at going forward, what are the critical investments that we are bringing on board and how it's going to improve the life of Ghanaians. We will look at what we call the mini grades, and then we'll look at our tariff proposal. I mean, what we are asking from PLC. Thank you very much. Just to give us a bit of perspective or background, VRA, we are the ones in charge of generation. And before the power comes to you at your homes, we have a value chain. So it starts with VRA. VRA is the generator. Among with other private organizations, we generate the power. And then RIDCO will uptake this power on the high tension lines that you see. And then they will also bring it to the distribution level where they take it up and then distribute or bring it to our various homes. So that is the value chain, just to explain a bit. So we'll zoom straight away to our projects that we have done. I'll not waste much time. I'll just touch on a few. So especially for Kumasi, the most important project that we have undertaken is the relocation of our Mary. So you realize that around the middle belt, which is Kumasi, Aomaso, the voltages there are very low. And when we say low voltages, we refer to when you put on the light and then you realize that the light is dim, you put on the fan and the strength of the fan is not going as it should. These are just signs of low voltages. So we moved one of our plants from Takrady and then we brought it to Aomaso. So it's now called the Aomaso power plant. And this was to improve the voltage levels at the middle belt of Ghana. And I'm sure those that are around the area, they can attest to the fact that voltages have improved over the time. Just to be quick, going forward, VRA also wants to put more into the maintenance of the dam. So over the years, we've already been pumping so much money into the maintenance of the dam at the Akosomo and Limpong. In 2023, what we had was a spill when the reservoir became that full. we had to allow water to come down the dam through the spillway. And this caused the spillway to be damaged in a way. And as phase two, so we've done a phase one. We are currently looking at doing a phase two. I'll show you some pictures of it. And we envisage that this is going to solidify the base of the spillway in the case that in any way they have to spill again. So to show you some pictures. Unfortunately, I think the place is a bit bright, so you can't see. But this is the spillway itself, and you realize that when the water came down to evacuate, when we brought the water down, all the rock mass underneath this place, under the spillway, is breaking off completely. And so we need to reinforce the spillway, and it comes with a lot of cost. It comes with a lot of money. And so we've done the first phase of it. You realize how big this thing is. For those who are in front and can see, you realize that this is just a small trailer that is here. You can see the land mass that was affected. So this is phase one that we have done. And we envisage that we would continue with this project and ensure that should the dam again get to a point where we have to fill, the gates, the spillway is intact and can handle the pressure. Also, just to ensure that we have reliable and constant power supply, we also want to procure new transformers at Akosom. One of the things that I also want to touch on has to do with protection. Again, these investments are very costly. And for any generator, when you go to the shop, you can't just go and order your parts and come. It takes a long time before these parts come by. So we are trying our best to get a very good protection system for our generators. And when this is done, we're going to ensure constant and reliable power supply. For what we call our thermal projects, so we use gas in generation, we use liquid fuel also in generation. Now at Kwasi, this facility called the SPM. Now in Ghana, primarily we are using gas in generation. But whenever there's a disruption in the gas supply, it affects the plant. We have false outages, but we don't want to have anything with that false outages. We want to ensure that there is constant power supply. And so this facility we call the SPM, which is attack ready, we want to rehabilitate it. And this facility is to ensure that we have fuel, liquid fuel, when the ships come and they come to the port, they can offload liquid fuel through the pipelines all straight to our power plants at Abuazi. So when this is done, we'll also ensure that there is constant power supply. Just to touch a bit on what we call mini grids. So we have a number of people that are not currently don't have access to electricity. Currently, we have about 30% of the population having access, and there is 10% that is left to have access to electricity. And among this 10%, there's a 15% found on island communities. These island communities are a landmass where water surrounds them. Actually, the water lake in itself surrounds them. And so it's going to be so much of the cost to take these transmission lines all the way to them at the island community. So the government has instructed and has mandated VRA to use what we call renewable mini grids. These mini grids are solar-powered form of generation in that sense. We have large ones, but these are small ones just to take care of these small communities. So as we speak, we currently have about 8 that VRA has been handed over to VRA, and we are currently operating it and maintaining it. Operating and maintaining it means that any part of it becomes malfunctioning, we are the ones that replaces it, and we also ensure that it's always functioning. But there's a cost to all this because currently we have 8, and patient that is going to increase to about 35. That 35 new communities are going to have this mini grids and to ensure that they have power supply. And so it comes with a cost. On annual basis, we spend about 2.4 million Ghana cedis. And when this 35 comes above, you realize that it's going to increase to on yearly basis, you are going to have about 1.9 million Ghana cedis accumulating. And so all we are saying is that PRC in this major tariff review should look at this and help us to find a sustainable mechanism to to ensure that VRA recovers operation and maintenance. Primarily, VRA uses gas in generating. So some of the assumptions that we use has to do with the gas price, has to do with the exchange rate, and they are the ones that are being displayed now. I'll speak through these ones and just talk about this. So when we put all the things that we want to do, reduction of costs by the projects that we do, reliability by the projects that we do, it all are requesting humbly from the PRC to approve for us. We are saying that they should approve 71 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour for power generation from VRA. Just to touch on this briefly, in generation, there's what we call reactive and then active power. So reactive power comes along and it also helps us to maintain the voltages. And this over the years, VRA has been producing it, but has been at a cost to VRA, but nobody is paying for it. Currently, we are asking PRC to look into it, to consider, because as we are producing this reactive power for the whole system, it's also affecting us in terms of the sustainability of our equipment. And on yearly basis, it's costing VRA about $30 million US just to generate this reactive power. In short, what are we asking for? We're asking that we've been supplying to ECG, to NETCO, and EPC. VRA to be sustainable and to continue its operations, we are asking that PRC approves a tariff for us to recover our cost of supply to the DISCOs, which is the distribution company. We also want PRC to approve a tariff for us so that we recover our cost of transmission losses and the reactive power that I talked about. Ladies and gentlemen, Nananom, Mr. Chairman, all PRA is humbly asking for today, the current PRA generation tariff of 45 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour should be adjusted and increased to 71.88 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. This represents a 59% increase in our request. And Nananom, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Please, a colleague of mine will briefly explain it for us, briefly. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes to summarize your
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Menu na okay na maybe what about your person can say via yena you know can na eba mu fie ya enu awia de be ama grip o de ama ECG for to go to teachama efifi na inti adwuma na ye the fidie the adwuma fidie no say it's easy ya you na ya kan ho asa wa ha says ye adwuma do bi su ka ho na de ka na de ba that is ye fit we akọ we talk for man esu na beba it near ka de se adwuma ya pese ye intumi a ye pe yes vastu ye pe ye Ghana ya kaka ai boy ye dia sisi ye dia aboa nya ene mpa inti eno ne ye kan inti eno na ye kan ho asem ya ye adwuma bebre inti the patro ba ko ye fa ye fie water grade ye fa no amere plant ye di two cars ye di ba masika isi e wa ho so gbo adwuma de den ho ho no ma nam kanya no ahodi ne wo laptop kuma ya di full process ba be kan ho ni na is kasam na pese se ka se enyu anu bi su wo water lake no omu ye ti no mo bre ya ye ta mo so no fa o ma sa si a o pasa si so atwa fi atwa shi sa mo ko bi na se o so ya kan ya lebe se kan ya na mo so ya bi ha no ti aban ayen hyehyɛ abu se ma o kan ya ya de awia ne ya de yo fa so la eno no boy de o mo ti ya o ya o sika kia bi nti ese ya de ya beto plus bu ani so mo kwa
na wɔn nyinaa yɛ Ghanafoɔ. Si ɛbɔ ne tietia waa ne sɛ wɔboa yɛn na wɔboa yɛn na yɛ adwuma a yɛyɛ nyinaa no bɛsrɛ wo a meyɛ leftin bɛsrɛ wo mfa mbɔ no kyɛ nti ɛno ara ne nti na yɛ price no yɛ 45 na yɛpɛ 71 59% tia bi wɔmboa yɛ ɛtumi yɛ adwuma to aseɛ yɛda ase
Yɛda mo ase ɔmoma nsɛm a biara yɛbɛsrɛ mo Madam Roma abere a wɔkan no na wowɔ question bi a nsɛmbisa bi a twerɛtwerɛ gu wɔ ewia a yɛbɛbie floor no ato ama obiara nsɛmbisa a ɔde baeɛ no wabisa ne yɛbɛsrɛ utility sɛ mobɛyɛ presentation no a ɛnyɛ obiara bɛte borɔfo no bebree ne terms akɛseɛ no nti na mode abatwi mu kakra na ɔmofo yɛ dɛ ate aseɛ no wɔbisa question no a ɔho no baabi a wɔbisa de yɛbɛda mo ase baabi a yɛdu so no yɛnka ho no yɛbɛto nsa frɛ Ghana Great Company Greatco na wɔn nso mfa wɔn presentation ɛmɛ sama Greatco papa a wɔba no pàtó wɔn ntwɛn wɔn nsɛm bisa no nyinaa wɔ Madam Roma.
Thank you. Ritko, just a little notification. If you can combine both Twi and English combined, so that we don't need to do the interpretation afterwards. I hope you understand Twi, and your Twi is not as bad as mine.
Good morning. That's a bit what Roma. Any official now. Maybe this if you Ghana Great Company. If I didn't mean Kwana be by many engine Pitaqua. I need to pass area. And also the yes greatest a bit of fire Ferdinand that John Quay, Joseph Africa, Ransford Cumson, and Joseph Mensah. Mr. Miffy and Crane many colleagues, IVM Profile, one year economics, Miss Joanna Tete, communication officer. The Jumacro Greco, I understand. So, no more one more view. Oma Wamunia and Kenya, we are young and who are home so Nayatima East and Echo. Another power engine, I'm not doing where you go and a brother says, so one agent TV are Yana, Yaswa, Ghanaian, Edima, or Romubachi. If you're best and Naya Bessin, he here sent me to PYC in Edge for Tokakra, a Juma. Na embra bananimu aye a ye best the papa monchi na yasre se mobama PRC bring no no back to the my tariff na ye de be ye de sesi fifie a ye de adwuma no na ye tintin we nyina to krata so e de ama PRC ya publish all a graphic mu ya sense so dia to your website enti enkomo ye dia no page there na yetintin wɔ krataa so no na mmebɔ no tɔfa nti me nkasa bebree na memfa engineering ne Professor Mohamed bebree na sɛbi so sɛ wobɛpɛ sika a wonka brɔfo bebree nti wohwɛ adekoro nti a yɛyi yɛbɛyɛ sɛ adwuma sorry, continuity. I am not fighting up from nneɛma a yɛahyehyɛ sɛ yɛbɛsiesie ɛyɛ transmission network no. Mfie enum a ɛda yɛn anim no, yɛbɛhia almost 1 billion Ghana cedis, $1 billion, sorry. Na yɛde atɔ mfidie afoforɔ, yɛde bi so mfidie adadada. Sɛ yɛhwɛ nkitahoɔden ɛfa wɔ Ghana ha sɛ, wɔn started akɔtɔn program no, the first transmission lines wɔn si yɛ no, wɔn si no 1965. Ɛne o ka sɛ saa lines wei nyinaa ɛda so wɔ hɔ. Ayɛ dada yie, n'ahoɔden no aba fam, nti wɔn anim nyinaa ɛsɛ ama yɛtumi so yie. Na sisi a yɛbɛka engineering kakra, but ɛne deɛ mɛkyɛ ɛmu bi. Wohwɛ mfonin a ɛda yɛn screen no so sisi a ɔkuntu no sɛ baabi bebree na ɛyɛ blue, nso yɛhwɛ baabi a yɛhu kɔkɔɔ kakra ɛna yellow kakra wɔ mu. Na baabi a yɛhu kɔkɔɔ biara kyerɛ sɛ voltages no ɛnyɛ ɛwɔ that side. Na voltages na yɛhu ɛwɔ baabi a yɛhu ɛwɔ wo baabi so. Wei esi between anɔpa ɛkɔsi anadwo almost 12 midnight. Nti nea yɛka ne sɛ peak hours, during peak hours ɛyɛ between 5 p.m. ɛkɔ midnight no, yɛhwɛ a yɛbɛhu sɛ baabi bebree na ayɛ kɔkɔɔ. Titiri Kumasi ha sei, yɛn nuanom VRA4 ɛde Ameri plant n'aba ama voltages na improve, nso voltages no still ɛnyɛ ɛwɔ ha. Nti yɛhia sɛ yɛde mfidie ɛne bi ɛbɛka ho na yɛaso mu yie. Nti mɛkyerɛkyerɛ mu nea a yɛhia sɛ yɛhia saa sika no na yɛde tɔ saa boɔ VRA4 ama sa wɔn so mfidie afoforɔ besi a na ɛde kanea no a yɛbɛtumi aso fie, yɛde kanea a ahoɔden no wɔ soro aba mo fie. Nti wohwɛ a during peak hours na yɛhia kanea paa no, yɛ network no bebree ayɛ kɔkɔɔ. Ɛno kyerɛ sɛ voltages no nyɛ, ɛna saa no sɛ voltages no nyɛ sɛ yɛ a sɛ ɛmi nyinaa Evans kaeɛ no, wɔka nyɛ no ɛbɛbubu n'ani. Wosɔ fan a ɛntwa ne ho yie. Sɛ woyɛ sawmill operator na wosɔ wo fidie no a ɛntumi kora ntɛne na wode atwa wo nnua no, woyɛ tailor wo machine no ɛntwa ne ho. Nti yɛbɛhia sɛ yɛbɛcorrect voltage a yɛhu ɛwɔ yɛ map so. Nti ahyehyɛ projects a ɛyɛ almost 1 billion Ghana cedis a yɛbɛyi. Yɛyi wei no nyinaa so firi hɔ a, yɛyi project wei no nyinaa so firi hɔ a, wohwɛ yɛahoma no a bebree naa na ɛfa nwura mu. Ɛsiane sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛn sɛ ɛfrɛ no high tension. Ahoɔden a ɛtoa no ano ɔdi yie, nti ayɛ na sɛ yɛde kɔ kurom a ɛyɛ ahomte kakra. Nti dodoɔ no ɛnam nwura mu. Na nkɔba sɛ edua bi ɛbɛkɔ akɔka ahoma no ma ahoma no ɛho atɔ kyima na apa wɔn a wɔn ɛbɛn hɔ anaasɛ yɛkora yɛn nkonya kanea nti. Ebiri to biri biara sɛ yɛtwa nnua ne adeɛ a ɛwɔ yɛ lines n'ase no, ama ɛkwan ada mu ɛma yɛ engineers no ɛne technicians no ɛnya ɛkwan ɛkɔsiesie ahoma no wɔn ayɛ wɔn patrol. Wohwɛ a yɛn kɔɔfoɔ na wɔn wɔ ekyir yi a wɔn bulldozer atwa ɛyɛ excavator. Yɛde bulldozer atwa nwura no bi ama yɛnya kwan ɛsiesie yɛn network no. Wohwɛ mfonin yi a wɔn sɛ bebree naa wɔn no bebree naa no nwura. Nti ɛno sei no ɛbɔ yɛ kapaa. Wohwɛ beebi te sɛ Kumasi ha sei ɛne nkotemu wɔn man so ɛde fra one term ne adeɛ a wɔn sɛ yɛwɔ forest bebree. Meka kyerɛw sɛ yɛwɔ ahoma a ekura nam kasa forest mu. and say a few of esi kɔ ama yɛ tracks akɛseɛ no enya kwan akɔyɛ adwuma nti throughout the year ɛsɛ yɛ saa adwuma wɔ yi ba nti nokora sɛ mi ɛyɛ sikasɛm paa adeɛ baako so a ɛha yɛ dasebrɛ kasa no ɛna executive secretary so ka pranyakɔ to so ɔno nso wɔasi so ɛyɛ galamsey sisi a yɛkɔ no sɛ ɛkɔtwa ama yɛkwan akɔ yɛn ahoma no so a bɛhwɛ na kwabrane de ɛsabede ɛkɔtu fam sɛn sɛ wama na bɛda hɔ ɛna ebi wɔ hɔ a wɔn etu ama na wohwɛ mfoni a wɔyɛ nifa no se a wɔn yɛ se na ɛsɛ yɛyɛ biribi a pɔtɔpɔtɔ mu yɛfa no retaining wall yɛsiesie transmission line no aba ebu ɛntoto na line baako to fam a ɛtwe high tension poles no bɛyɛ sɛ enum na ɛde to fam nti ama biribi sɛ nti no yɛsɛ yɛsi retaining ɛwɔ sɛ na mɛ ne o ka sɛ yɛ towers no ɛyɛ almost 70,000 towers across the country nti wafa wadwen sɛ yɛ wɔ nyinaa sɛ yɛso yɛde yɛde bɛto galamsey nkɔmɔ kakra sɛ yɛmmoa na nea ɛkɔ so ɛnyɛ nsuo nko ara na ɛsɛ ɛbɛdu baabi a enyinam ahoɔden kura no ɛbɛha yɛ na yɛnya kura no ɛnyɛ na yɛbɛsɛɛ no koraa menka borɔfo bebree wɔ ha ɛhɔ no borɔfo sam no dɔɔso ba ha wɔ Kumasi any project out of the $970 million yes na yɛde ahyɛ adwuma no Kumasi nko a yɛkyɛ mu mmiɛnsa Kumasi nko ɛnya mu 1/3 of this project in Kumasi abɛboa ma enyinam ahoɔden akɔdi wɔ ha se ɛyɛ yie wɔ Kumasi a ɛbɛyɛ yie ama nneɛma ɛwɔ ɛnyinaa ɛna even atɔyɛ wɔwɔ nyinaa so ɛbɛyɛ yie wɔ nti wohwɛ sɛ yɛbɛsi another way ɛwɔ Kumasi yɛyɛ ahoma so substation no yɛbɛsi additional bay wɔ hɔ old Kumasi substation no ɛno ahodwo ɛhɔfo yɛbɛsiesie ho kakra yɛyɛ no so firi hɔ a yɛbɛsɛ nso esi substation foforɔ koraa ɛwɔ Kumasi ha sei ɛna yɛatɛ nso ato ahoma foforɔ efi nkran abɛsen aba Kumasi substation ɛno sɛ n'ahoɔden wɔ soro paa ne yɛ 30 kV nti ɛno sɛ ewie a yɛwɔ gyidie sɛ voltage no but ɛbɛyɛ yie koraa yɛbɛsan nso esi substation baako 330 substation ɛwɔ ɔfi so wɔ Ashanti bɛbɔ bɛyɛ nhwɛ na yɛ abɛsi tɔ no Purc mine sika kakra no the idea no ebi yɛtɔ transformer a ɛboa ma ɛgye ahoɔden no bɛyɛ substation ɛyɛ de ama ECG wɔn akyekyɛ abrɛ yi na ɛde $6.3 million ɛtɔ transformers yɛde bi baako ma ase ase ɔsi dɛ yɛakoma so paa yɛde bi baako ma ase ase ɛde besiesie ha ɛna yɛsan so de baako kɔɔ yɛtɔ transformers bi a yɛfrɛ no auto transformers wɔyɛ akɛseɛ paa ɛde kɔɔ ɛyɛ wɔyɛ ekuro bi a ɛbɛn abo ama ɛwɔ so no enyama ahoɔden bi kɔɔ no n'ahoɔden no ayɛ papa ɛno so yɛbɔ ho ka $6.2 million ɛna sisi a yɛsi IT world nti ɛnyɛ yɛahoɔden ana ɛde ahoma ne mfidie no a yɛde yɛ adwuma no na mmom sɛ yɛte faako bi a yɛyɛ adwuma a sɛ yɛhu a ahoma no ho akɔkyima anaasɛ ɛnkɔ so bi nti me ne wo ka sɛ yɛ control room ɛwɔ ma ɛkɔ so biara wɔ Ghana bi ma yɛmu wɔ stations ne nyinaa nti yɛsiesie saa mfidie yi a yɛyɛ ma yɛtum yɛ sɛ adwuma ɛno so ɛbɔ yɛka $8.5 billion. Nti ne kakra ne sɛ nea yɛbisa ne sɛ yɛhwɛ nea ɛda yɛ adwuma ne sɛ yɛ ɛna nea PURC agye ato mu sɛ ɛma network no ayɛ adwuma yie na biara a wɔ Ghana biara nya a ɛyɛ papa no yɛsrɛ sɛ yɛnto football tariff no by 77%. Ɛbɔ 77% no sɛ yɛnto obiara deɛ mu a ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛnyinam ahoɔden tariff ɛbɛkɔ so by 7% in 2026. Yɛsrɛ sɛ aboa yɛ yɛbɛdi nkitaho yɛbisa question biara yɛbɛyi ɔte ase yie nti yɛnya no sɛ no a nhwie num a yɛde bɛyi ntikyɛmu a ɛbɛba no ɛnu ɔha mo nkyɛmu a wohwɛ wɔ wo spirit so a nti yɛsrɛ ne sɛ na yɛnyɛ sika bɛda.
Oh, bon, sɛ mma no wayɛ sɛ na meka yɛ na na sɛ misa no yɛ dɛn na ɛduru hɔ a yɛ dɛn abɛgyina abɛbisa adaroma deɛ ɛdu so no ɛberɛ no nti yɛbɔ no tio yɛbɛdu presentation the next presentation from Electricity Company of Ghana ECG sɛ ma ECG wɔ abɛ ɔno nso de presentation yɛbɛto dwa. Oh, me refi, yes, it's uncle for it. With the cambo din na nana enyamai. You nana amonu sem jemfua se wabuntu. Nana amonu jemfua se wabuntu. Nana twasema. Nana twasema. Oko PURC in so a consumer service committee a walk was on a person. The regulation ma onim ECG.
You have 15 minutes. And over more than my now another preference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, may I plead? I will be very brief. Then my colleague will summarize it in. Thank you. That's it, Bre. With your permission, I want to stand on the existing protocol to make our presentation. Thank you very much. My name is Moses, and I'm going to present this tariff proposal on behalf of management and the board of ECD. I'll be very brief, and my colleague will summarize it in 3 minutes. So thank you very much. I've just been told our presentation is being sorted out, but I can start. Ladies and gentlemen, you are ECG, as we all know, the face of electricity in Ghana. So my colleagues have presented PRA and grid. But when we talk about electricity in Ghana, everybody knows ECG. And I'm happy presented on that cost proposal. So, ladies and gentlemen, what it means is that anytime you pay your electricity to ECG, the portion that relates to power generation and transmission is paid critical and the other private power producers in addition to PRA. So even though you pay your electricity bill to ECG, we don't keep all the money. A chunk of it actually goes to PRA and private power producers. Also, the portion that relates to transmission cost goes to grid, and that's very important for me to establish. And so this presentation is only in respect of the value chain that CG is in charge of, and that is distribution. So by way of outline, we will present the rationale behind this proposal. We will account for the time that was given to us in the past 3 years, and we will also show some of the planned short-term investment we have planned for Ashanti region, the next tariff, and then we will tell you our annual revenue requirement, finally our tariff proposal. So as for ECG, everybody knows we are in the southern sector of Ghana, Wrong and Halfway, northern region, all the northern sector is not supplying power there. We are only in the southern sector, including the whole of Ashanti region. I need to say that in terms of our operation, UCG is divided into 4 regions here in Ashanti region. So we have Ashanti South, Ashanti North, Ashanti West, and our sub-transmission. Okay. So in Ghana, ECG supplies power to about 72% of Ghana's population, and our customer population, 4.8 million. So ladies and gentlemen, this proposal we send to the regulator is to the effect that ECG's current tariff is woefully inadequate. Why did I say that? Because the tariff that was approved for us today only constitutes 11% of the typical electricity bill you pay, or what we refer to as end user tariff. So for every 1 cedi you pay as your electricity bill, only 11% of it today is retained by ECG. The rest goes to the other value chain producers. What we are saying is that 11% is woefully inadequate, considering that per industry standard, that is supposed to be between 30 to 33%, and I will demonstrate that in the subsequent slide. So, just like my colleague said, before I go on with the rest of our presentation, I want to highlight the impact of Galamsey on ECG's operation, particularly in areas such as Manso in Kwanta, New Edubiasi, Dunkwao, and Obuasi. So all of us are aware that we use electricity poles for our work. Once we clear the lines, the Galamseyers go there, they dig around the pole could fall, or they create big holes. The impact is to increase our cost of maintenance. It also increases outages at the other end of our network. And today, our regional engineer told me that it is now becoming practically impossible to do maintenance on the network where Galamsey is taking place, because you cannot go close to our pole. You will fall inside a pit. And so we may have to relocate the network. Now, this has cost ramifications. And as you are all aware, this presentation is just to tell you our costs and to ask customers to pay. So if Galamsey activities is contributing to our cost, then it's a cause of concern for all of us. Thank you. Okay, so just to account for what we have done so far with the tariff that was approved for us in the past 3 years. We have completed projects worth $109 million across the country, and $424 million is ongoing. Without wasting your time, I will go straight to Ashanti region and show the projects that we have been able to do in the past 3 years. The first one is substations. Sorry, box supply point. Now, a box supply point typically is the point that UCG takes its power from gridco and then sends the power to customers either in their homes or in their businesses. Now, when we have these box supply points, it improves power quality and also improves reliability. So in Ashanti region, we've constructed the Obuase BSP, we've done the Agogo substation, and we've also done Insuta substation. Now you will see so many names that we mentioned in those substations because the communities around the substation will have improved electricity supply. And so once we do that, customers are better served. There are more. We've done the Ewa substation, we've done the Apari substation, and the Kumawu substation reconstruction is currently ongoing. There are so many towns and communities, I don't want to mention them, but this has improved electricity supply in all those areas. Now, system automation is an important part of our operations. System automation allows the company to identify faults and take pragmatic steps to mend them. And for that reason, it will reduce the time it takes for us to restore your power anytime there is fault. So we've done BIT in Ashanti region. That's what we are showing over there. Over 700 BIT feeders were installed here. I think I will just move on quickly to the other ones. Now the others are LV overhead line construction in the network and in new areas. So from time to time, we improve our network by doing intensification work or extending it to new areas. And these are all new areas we have improved our network. Technical loss reduction projects have also been done in Ashanti region. Some of the areas are Epidiase, Abuakwa, Eija, Kenyase, Abrim, Duaben, so many of them. I want to move a bit faster because my time is very short. Now, more of the projects on the LV network projects, and there are more areas that we have undertaken those projects in all the areas of Ashanti. Now, commercial projects are very important to us, but that is what we rely on to collect money from customers. So UCG has embarked on smart prepayment metering scheme. And by that scheme, we have improved our revenue collection by 87% as of 2024. The other one is transformer metering and boundary metering. And these two projects help us to identify where the losses are so that we can focus our attention and reduce them. Now, the picture over there shows the situation of our meter installation in the past before we started a new project. Now, here in Ashanti region, since we started the new project 2 years ago, we have installed over, I cannot see it. We have installed over 138,000 meters in Denyame, Abuakwa, Swame, Kokupin, Edum, Ahinsen, Ejija, Manshia, Kwabre, Ejiso, Podongo, Mampon, Epidiase, Asokwa, Obuase, and Bekwai, with all the numbers that have been listed against them. Now, these are smart prepayment meters where you can buy credit from wherever you are. Transaction cost then becomes zero because you don't have to come to our office before you access our service. There are a few other pictures we put together too. This is the Buate box supply point, which was completed in the past 3 years. This is a substation, which was also completed in the past 3 years. This is a Paris substation. These are all substations that were completed in Ashanti region. The others are the distribution projects. This is Buakra substation. It cost us 12 million to do it and it's been completed. Insuta substation has also been completed here in Ashanti region. Okay, so Insuta substation, I understand, is ongoing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as part of our tariff proposal, the regulator demands that we present our short-term projects that should be invested in the network in the short term. And so this slide shows the projects in Ashanti region that we have planned to invest for the next 2 to 3 years. We have quite a number of them. We have other bulk supply points that we want to do, one at Aframase, which will be done when the tariff is given to us. Now, we also have distribution automation systems that have been planned in New Edubiase and Dogok Room. These areas are under our operation as Ashanti region. Now, voltage improvement projects have also been planned within the Konongo Agogo feeder. We have planned also to re-insulate all T-ops in the Konongo Agogo feeder, and so many of them. I move to the next one. Sub-transmission network is very key, and we have quite planned a lot of substations in Ashanti region as well as technical loss reduction project. This is yet another set of projects that were planned for Ashanti region. Now, I want to move to this slide quickly since my time is almost gone. Now, this is the revenue required by ECG in order to do its work for the next 5 years. As per the PURC's regulation, we have to come out with our actual cost of doing business and the cost of investing in the network, both completed that ECG is asking for. So I will use this slide to explain exactly what our tariff proposal is. The first slide, which is shorter, it shows the situation or the end user tariff at the time we presented our proposal to the PURC. Now, what that means is that as of December 2024, the cost of generation is 131 pesos per unit of power that ECG purchases. That's what was approved for us. Gridco transmits that power at around 8 pesos per kilowatt hour. ECG, for its distribution business, has only 19 pesos, and that is what the regulator approved for us. So it is this 9 pesos that ECG is asking for an increase and not the whole end user tariff. So we did a second block to say that if the generation tariff remains constant at the 131 pesos per kilowatt hour, and then the transmission tariff also remains at just 8 pesos on an average, and you increase ECG's tariff from 19 pesos to 61 pesos for the whole 5 years, then we are only asking the end user tariff or your typical electricity bill to be increased by 26%. I'll try and state that again. The increase ECG is asking for is only on the portion of the tariff that relates to our business and not your typical electricity bill. Currently, it is 19 pesos. We are asking the regulator to increase it from 19 to 61 pesos per kilowatt hour. And if you put that on the end user tariff or your typical electricity bill, it amounts to just 26% increase in your tariff. So basically, this is all about ECG's tariff. The rest are more technical. I will leave them. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we are requesting this tariff to be able to continue to supply reliable electricity to all customers. Thank you very much. And my colleague will give a brief summary of it.
You have 2 minutes to do the summary.
Thank you. Nananum, and Perifa Mutego. I'm off for Munina, Baby Journey. It was any acquaintance, sell electrical propaganda. The proposal I do call my PURC. I was it be by the better Mukakra. Now, what I say, the money in so a 5 crore. No more boy, my and tomorrow be. Said the baby to the jet a mappa. So what I said here, the penny di Kakaena. Okay, says the can edit in an a electrical from Ghana. Power sector chain now. BR4 buy, I agree with also buy, and I see. That's a just canning in a near the alcohol. Your idea, a gumu, the mono, and the easy candy at the echo VR4 her, the echo grip for her, and in the air by easy for her. And the ECG see Adamocase, a just canning in a near will be 11% out of 100. ECG 11% out of 100 now. Because also call other places, you know. Push more, now 11%, you know, and also, I bet you the dear Juma, I also eat. If you say, Yakasa Yako Badinano, Yaka can understand the Bayer, a big in a hole, am I no beer to be use. Yakasafa, their friend reliability. Reliability to say the Bayer can every beer out person on your day, Union Sakano, wait to be here. As I do, you do my be now, person can now do Jumana. A big beer out pressiano, now Sakano there. A who that do now, then or some person, some aircon, and I'm person of son fana. Opressiano, right day, the winner. I was here to be reliable. The bear reliable swat. Legend aside, the Madia, Edia, Eka, and Horsey. Pusha must was a kind and Adaroma. Interesting plus just then, can you see just a utility company as a distribution company? And can air tone? I was up your timidity 33.3%. Now, so this hour may because Sicano and also into women to be PRC my into my 33.3%. It is a 3 year when I wait to be about me today, save money now. Okay, Galamase awesome. I had a higher pie, and a war, Ashanti Rojiha, and no more that registered. Sabi, and a drew baby crowd cockapana, Untimunkoya Eduma. So for to Cressia, Untimunkoya Eduma. I just say, ensure a type you are not sending there, you know. So we want to know what Cracoma, a country nipper. Ah, a dear, and Jabassa was some other Roma. Now Garamsa 7, much won't be a mine. Nina, my eka at the brain, because Kanya do some look I say the elder of your country, police, Galamse side, baby, or Muntimunkoye, or the Sum, or Motoya Cabanas get there. But it's an intimate coincidence, intimate source of life. And also, how you know, I'm more portable in the house. You don't want to look at Galamse to the best level. Now, Munina, no more for my own to be mine, said the Baya, a back of them. Now, yes, so it's me as so much. Okay, project to do a year. The Numa, yeah, and I said, I was saying, Sakasa, to me, yes, PURC, someone for mine. And that's the Madaroma, Monumana for my own. I don't want someone to kind. We have project also, and you're about $57 million. And this Kuma, until here's a Cassia, now, Eddie, and to me, and the bit may be now, I home, Eduma. Osha Asante Memhoya. Project a ye be. So Oka Womasua. Nani Nancy is Cassim. Osha Aferi, Yesi, substitute Woho, Agogo, Obodi, Kumewu, and Suta, and Bramia Bibri, yes, Okoya rich, I wore rich police station, Chiwana, and what you want. Uba said, you could so I Nina, Sikasemia, and what's something, Emma Oka wants some. After if we didn't go her, said a bear, fought to Cracia, over to us to fort no, a honey. Nina Yiska, your free biscuit. Sir Bibinia, you better also be a fort to look around, honey to me. I'll be to fort be a fortnight day, so that it's me a clad in them, not Yakunia, is equal. You call Yangomaso BSP honor. Ubonsi will screen can see out in the to our motion, and who may be a fort you call flew in the bar, you know. Your equipment, I still to be breathing now your all flexibility. Your personal system will get Bremayan, say port to bar, near Bre eminent, dim prebre, and sana, yet me ako your fort, no mamma for Yakaniano. Until you Jumadia, Yedi. Now, I was Oka, Yesika Sem, said the city Jessicano. Sika was here to me, Geno, intimidate. Sika, and I see to me, Geno, intimidate. A sign, Sabi, Omo Bokrono, a woman, Omoa, a USA, Omoa, no meter, no offer meter, no graphic baby, no matter Kobo, Nina my boca as a company. And John Soka wants them, so they are some good to me, I heard Nama boy. No, can be said, say no, Osha, Yawo, PRC for my 90 Ghana pesos, only say yawo. Ya pesa yako 61. Between Tabre, Eco 2030, a new plan. And yet, the Nkwa, and Sabaya and Kakra and Kakra. Let's get to me as a car way, you know. Then you know, bet me a boy. I must say, can you tell me now? A trip that they are number or how no, get me at the woodman at the Abuamo. I must say, or can be so fast, Oshoko Wakra term and other year, Bokakaso, you see you first over 225%. Pamacho and Tessa. You pay 225%. Now, I share any clico, any beer, a Yakabumana. Yeah, dear woman, I been 26.8%. Ah, if you are slept, you are saying, not come your mind. Don't share to the deal, you don't do. And maybe on the Tofano. Now, yes, I must say, Madaroma, Mumwayana, Sibiano, few hours for everything. Medamasi.
Fantastic submission by Engineer George Amwa, General Manager, Ashanti West ECG. One ne penny, Amobeka, Mr. Moses Oakley. Oh, my idea, Monsamon, Samuel Mubio. I hope some draw Monsem Missanuguo. Monchon Missanuguo. You have a final presentation. Now, for you, in some Missano Association. Roma, Obia Fan Bibin 2 years since I win a last year. Now, Yantons of Ghana Water Limited. Now, on our presentation, no, as a share Susania, I was a call.
Sir, all the trading for bro for Namayan. Ghana Water. Thank you.
Nananum, Mr. Chairman, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Ghana Water Company. Na yama me ho kwan se me ne o be discuss the antia say yanya sika kakra enka dia ye gi no. Me twi na nya very perfect but me pese me try na mutie dia ye kana say me ne me paying for omo hwe Ashanti region ejuma So no omo wɔ ha. Mpacho me body because of time. Mo wavy na omo home say. Mo nyina mo wɔ ha. Okay. It's difficult. Okay, so I'll stand this way. Okay. Ghana Water Center monim no. We supply water to all urban areas in Ghana. Now Ashanti region has so yawaha. All urban areas in the Ashanti region no. Yawahabi. I heard you man yachemu into 3. Yawa Ashanti North operations, Ashanti South operations, and I was special operations. Omodi ension kwan omonia. Omonia no omodi bi akọ Ashanti North. Na omodi bi akọ Ashanti South. Ejuma no siye pa wo ha. There were districts about 17. Na omoshe ejuma no so nyina. A year wo hanom no that we produce about 44 million cubic meters of water. Just a dose per. It's it. Yabejira ha say yebe sremo na moma PRC emphas kakra nka yesika na eri adwuma no ho na sabi so obebisa obiska obebisa o say na dia be ma last no dey den enti last around 2022 almost around this time yeba ha na ebe kire mu say o ye adwuma na enko ye because of skasem moma yenya kakra nka ho na moma ebi yebisa akese ba moma ye bia fine enti dia ye aye no ye pese ye bo ho amane ma mo na afede say yebisa bioma ebi amane di ama ye bia ka ho. Okay, ejuma na ye no ya chemu into production projects or production improvement projects and distribution improvement projects. Ye ka production projects as sena VR omo ye kanea no yenso ye produce similar to generation. Na nyama ye hia say e be producing nsuo no na ne nyina anye osha first of all no ye fra bi AVR em say ECG for mo kan wasem a machine bi a se voltage ni ba form a etimi man ye pepepe because sometimes ye won nsuo ba ya nya ye kan say ya low voltage enti machine yetimi ye hwe yetimi to baako 4 eko barekesi odaso konongo atiasi booster ninya ye boka almost 16 million Ghana cedis and actually no wo owabi ye start ye treatment plant na starter system no ye very old and we can pa yetimi to more than one sub starter na install your sesia no consumption no ho no starting consumption no aye fine kakra afei su nyama bebre koso woye reservoirs near dams no mu enti eya ye ses kapa na ye di eti atehye ni efimu ye friend dredging ohwe mampon a ya dredging nsuo no mu nyina e cost almost 14 million Ghana cedis just atahye abe that we no mu aye eti no 14 million now uba owabia yeah same thing what dey soon almost 65 million Ghana cedis in a disaster we know. Okay. Still under production no yes I transmission mains and lines yeah ensuring we are from all the headways and our treatment plants now at the back cut to regions now make Ashanti North, Ashanti South. Star lines no 1.2 kilometers of 500 line pipe 500 mm of steel transmission lines in a chairman omo. When you make chairman scanner moma and the idea. I face what treatment plants people na installing dosing equipment. I say pump and machine beer and no I automated estimate quantity of chemical as a consume every second and every 2 seconds and I'll be setting na eno ebie kakra egum etumi ye bebre almost treatment plants nya ye bi wo ho uba odaso a low leaf pumps no na say sa sika ne mo a ye to ba kuma 3 because here 7.3 million and this kind of money my idea ya fund ye adwuma pa replacement of 11 kilometers of 355 mm at Owabi and also cost here almost 60 million cities. After over distribution, you production and transmission, no, you buy into the distribution mains and lines, no. You starting with laying of pipelines almost everywhere. Cost here 50.3 million US dollars. Once a mature 45 kilometers of pipeline, 110 will make 110 4 inches, maybe or 6 inches, maybe or 8 inches. Now you lay the access now you sisan. I think so. The SASI modern district office, ma Kumasi West 1, ne Kumasi West 2. Sikana abunima na ansa na ye some small SCADA project. Let me say isi jana no Greek wo ka say o ye adwuma edum rebi I say ultimate na faako na o hwe dia e koso we chichichi ye frɛ no SCADA ana supervisory control enti ye hu dia e koso no wo water treatment plants ni home for home some other places distribution improvements na me kind no ebi hu pictures dey ube hu pipelines ube hu valves ni nyama nyina ya na ye musika na ebi afensu there are 58 kilometers of 110 over Ashanti North. Ya njomo yeah Ashanti South no. Yes the similar thing was Ashanti North. Pictures na no evidence. They say yan truck Ashanti North the same 12 kilometers of 250 mm. Pictures were Ashanti North bebre jumani dia bebre mamimbo din no ebia na okrom ho na weni agikakra akom ho Swami nso ho Ashanti North it does fine Swami district Abo district ena yesato bako fe foforo na eri ma Ashanti region say omonya problem bia no omodi aye 2022 around November December tariff na omoma aye no eno na dia ya ejuma nyina o hwe mama ya summary ni tie say from 2022 up to eneno yetuma wie project akese pa 6 bakusu koso yenyan we baska ya say no dia ye wo US dollar mo no 50.3 million 50.3 million US dollars and at the area wo Ghana cedis mo no 170 almost 118 million Ghana cedis scam mo no converti now we share sky by honum now we share sky we are oben say ye de nyina ye adwuma and apart from Ashanti no mumbo sen kakra Ghana water apart from Ashanti region no ye adwuma wo Ghana ha bia na in total no ya 38 projects sika ya UC no 400 million Ghana cedis and no ya fako da fako asa na over US dollars 1.7 billion over Ghana cedis euros is 1.4 billion Ghana water saska ya ji enya dia ye ni okay enti say yes sir na ya samba mo enim biom dia say yet me chair dia enti ayaba enti se si ami be kire o na wate ase de bia ye ka say Ghana water de me nuanum nananum Ghana water ya nya ya de o enti wa fa me say me nko ye adwuma ma o me hu so amesaba enti maba the American first one say yen ye adwuma no dollar ni euro ejuma pa enti gisika no 50 cedis 30 cedis efi obia ho ye boa no a ye kosisa no into dollars na ye yakoto chemicals yakoto pumps in euros. Now, say dollar ni yenu style bi pe. Me maybe a 50 million. Me fi say menya $10 million. Me kwa menya bio. Sometime because sana manya 8. Na chemical na me tonu su. $10 million. Inti sikana assistant sikana na hondi na ba form kakra pe. Ama me tuma e basa. Inti yaba me ka check you as say. Such change in currency na ama me tuma ne nko ye no. Se be ye a on fanka ho mami. The second one is to say 2022. Yaba no. Ya bisa ska kese na ye fi say no de ye nya. Anka betumi ye nya ma fine. And more questions, name concerns. FMA Purc doing one almost Ghana water unim. Juma na ye nya ye de. Ye pese ko ni mum. Ba nya say obi a brebibri. Enti munji kakra nko start. Enti scanning anya ni nya ye nya bia fine. Na usha every year bia menim se mo hu dia 2020 sika ye gi wo mo ho nyina na ye 1.4 billion. Nso adwuma na ye no ese ye enti bi wo ho a ye call free pipes. Ebi wo ho a ya call ECG bia na ye di omuka. Enti udi ni nya bom a 2020 nko ano ye di ka 633 million. Aye adwuma no baka abaho. 2021 Yedika 423 million. 2022 Yedika 633 million. A whole around November no mama a tariff kakra. Into sha 2023 no can about form kra to about 164 million. Yeah, 2024 na sikana sebium. A man kanu ai niti epiabium. Enti na ya tumika aba se mo be hwe na ya ye ho bibi. Na ebia sika no ahondin asa ababium. Number 2, nanka ikano before 2019, 2018, treatment plants need huge infrastructure na yedi adwuma no. Government etomaye na ono atiaka. Na 2019 ikono government sin Ghana water mu enyi na say mi toma mu a mu betia meka na yenga na water no nsuo pe na yeton na nsuo no mu na yeton ma mu enti se Ghana government si ye betia ka dia ina ye ka se Purc mu adaroma saska no e say ye di ka tariff no ho na obi antia no 55 series 22 series kakra na ya nya saska no 2020 nko ano debt overhang, 476 million. Edaho infrastructure government in my NTI. 2021, 442 million. Edaho up to 2024. Every year, be a Saskan government see NTI. And they say, a fee a better tariff, Buma. Wadaroma, yeah, Pamucho. Say, Moon Pinina Purc, so for a crown count. Na infantia Sakan kakra. Mpacho se mo apene so. Let them see. The third one, and on a higher pa. Third one, pollution. Nkofo say illegal mining. Now a higher to the extent say Ghana water. Your boy a sikano. Ebi nkofo bebre nim say nsuo na ye produce yenso ye to. Ye ton nsuo no Water Resources Commission ho. Na say ye ko ton nsuo ni ba. Na mi to barrel ba one crab akwa. Me ye you no na manya be 40%. Nsuo amato 1 barrel. Menya nsuo 40% pe. 60% ni nya ye atache. Ese mi tugu. Enti galam say there abe high juma no enye say nsuo a ukotu keke o but udi chemicals de bregum udi electricity na twi ye. Enti galam say me pese mo hwe dia galam say ye. Wo hwe me proposal na ma kire say me ka on operations because of galamsey no 2008 me dey say one city na nsuo na Ever do 2024 no. Atansi by 100. By that is 2024. 2025 Atansi almost by 1,000. Which also means that say ene ebi amidi chemical one bag na any and so na 2024 no eko be 100. Na 2025 the chemicals here use no entumi nya ye biom. Enti ebi a obeti say ya change chemicals because not the air use no entumi nsuo ne biom. Enti ya call polymer. Na polymer ni bo. In fact, we have moved from cost to what can be possible. Because aluminium sulfate there, ni boy deny bet me at tokra and to mean in some areas. So we have to look at polymer, which is expensive, but that is what can give you water. And see, agalam say ne how ne be my church ne how ne be say, say me treatment plant no. Some for ma with a here every day. Be me here 2 hours. I say me do machine no. Now for come no monko some film as I started dams reservoirs ni munya. Mube frequent off on. There me and say treatment plants no. Oh ye designing a build here. You can say plants way treaty. What we call raw water. Raw water, maybe stability should be just about 50, maybe 100. A blue 200, 300, and your raw water biome. I what? Turbid water, and muddy water, and attache. So the system is not designed, built to treat attache. And we are having big problems. I'm including. Okay. If I be a videos, man, try to send it to me. So, ability, I don't know. Now, 100. I mean, 15,000. So, it's here. I just said, and then soon I mean, you move. I am getting muddy water. Mud. When you are me, I'm 30%. The American can not say me machines no. Oh, I'm interested. We used to me up. Okay, we used to play. Oh, it's showing what is happening. Oh, it's showing. Lots of time. Where Konongo and also a few 100. I got 12,000. And Konongo the Yanya lucky. It's so no part attached to dry. A dry if you on Yanya lucky. Your bumper say, your timu na insurno fee. A soba, your benya kakra woman. Where Dabua say, apart from Ashanti Yanum, the person say, sir, pollution a koso baby. Na e bag gidi say, Ghana water ye hundi e behebium. E papa o. We Dabua say intake.
Baby and I'm ni na ya teche. Abeba ene sabeba ene ateche nyima wodo duwe fan.
Na Dabuasi intake no. Ni mu do no eti say kan we mu be 2. Na se say mo ya mama or crossing or he's just crossing it. All with silt. Oh. If any Kwenyaku there say utie ni so be say ya close it down cra. Ya close it a treatment plants. A supply swedru Kwenyaku area ho nyina nsure yanya fi ho a month no enye nsuo kitwa enso sesi a eni hobium dia galamsey ana illegal mining oh so aha nye we na nkamu a 10 milo kra When you kuna a ho ani moving on. And the kibi so also you close it down. Kibi so close it down. Okay, when you can kibi no home. But yakọ dredging wo ho. Your bomb pie say isuo kakra beba. When you also sa onya dredging. Money it's the same thing. Me patch say Galamsey need there such another big area. We see a very big treatment plant. And also sometimes stability in them by 18,000.
Remove the water on this smoke so that it become lighter.
And dredging beer, there's millions of cities. Now, yes, a year, not 2 years, we are dredging back. As I see, I want to share every 3 months we are dredging. It's costing 15 million.
Baby, and I'm need now at
To buy chemicals.
I be buying a sabi buying at a chain you might what do in fan.
Apart from where you know, you're coming. You're buying.
Okay.
Your person do my because you're not a be a school or the other to me. You show na missing many. And the Afaho plan say still no, you better build laboratories.
How many na say at a but then be buy what say. Deep cry. Okay.
Make sure say she nimu na dia mamu. Sa laboratories no. Ashanti nko benya 3. But I'm boss in Magana water. Ya mamu 3 womu 3. Na ya just say it's so nya be fine. Ya can production improvement, replacement of 2 normal pump sets, calcium hypochlorite pump sets, chlorinators. A human be say the second kakakra ya be.
That's almost topic. You stop. Yeah, friend.
Extensions. Dredging number 21.7 million. And no Barakesi. Pipeline replacement. And meters. Meters now here you see Siano. The boy a dimpa. And he said, oh, but what's it? Coming. Okay. Let's see me coming. Okay, granting my skippy we good. Maybe we are no. They are air Kosuna Wagana and Ashanti regional. Pointed to a fact say Ghana water no yen to me here Jumani bium. And yeah hunso. Na say yan hunso a in Kofobi beba oma beton siamam. Sa black one was here no. It is say the IFN Guinness barrel na Guinness drum no. It's sure containing 1,000 liters and now 1 cubic meter. And then, omuta yeho at low price no. Omudi brow wo fear. Almost it ya 220 Ghana cedis. Ebi mo po oma meji e wo ho. Omutu mi ko sawo baby a na omudi abrew. Almost 220 Ghana cedis. Se ebi a won't me to sa drum no. Na ku 4 gallon na wo. Now, per se, what do you call Uta 40 or see 440 Ghana cedis. Say, Ebia, oh, Pautoka, now see, okay, me, method no bottles more. Uta bottles, baku 2,000, which is also equal to 1 cubic meter now. Or see 6,000. Now, say, open in sachet water and so on. Uta baku 2,000 pieces. Or see money 1,000 Ghana water. Yendi you see, me mommy 220. Me see me mommy 440. Me mommy 6,000. Me mommy 1,000. Sa quantity na mo mommy 20.09 cities. Na me di abremo. Wo ofie. Me pacho we penny masem no. Dia yenni ho say yantumi anya nsuo omu bompa say ye be dwane nso yen dwane da yɛgyina mu pintin na yɛbɛnoa nsuo no na sɛ yɛnoa wie a sika akɛseɛ wei yɛndi mu biara yɛsi yɛbɛdi mu 20 series first no na yɛdi mu 5 series but deɛ kɔ so na nkurɔfoɔ bi pɛ sɛ yɛdwane yɛntumi yɛ adwuma no yɛsi mumfa kakra nka ho na ɛnyɛ 20 series na yɛmfa nyɛ adwuma no na yɛmpo deɛ ubie pipe na nsuo no ɛwɔ wo fie ɛnyɛ sɛ wokɔsoa wo ubie pipe na ɛwɔ wo fie wei nyinaa yɛsi yɛpɛ 20 series na wei mu yɛma yɛ tariff no mbɛdu kakra na yɛasom yie yɛda mo ase.
Oh, another round of applause for him. And I know that. So, what boss? I'm so fine, pa. Madam Roma, we will take some short remarks from the Executive Secretary of PURC, Dr. Shafiq Suleiman. Doc?
Thank you. Thank you, Ghana Water. I just wanted us to get some more information on lending loans. I don't know if the presentation can be taken there. On behalf of the Commission, we took the responsibility to talk to the Ministry of Finance on behalf of the consumer. So we've written to the Ministry of Finance to consider taking or absorbing the on lending loans so that it will have a less impact on the consumer. So it's a collective responsibility for all of us. I mean, the impact of Galamsey, you can see, has an impact, and we are also taking or playing our part by writing to the Minister of Finance, and we will continue to engage him so that before the MITO, the on-lending loans will be absorbed by the government so that the consumer will pay a lower tariff. Thank you.
Thank you. Na me pese me ma omanfo nyina so atete se dwumadi ayedi etwagu wo abefo ntentanfidie no so uko Facebook a PURC Ghana obenya bi ahwe ana afa YouTube nso etwagu ho nom sa PURC Ghana na ebia na ye kasa no bo fa mu dan ya uko fia obetimi asa akwhwe replay no wa yeden what nsem na ekọ so ni nyina yie enche ye bebie ekwan ato ho ama nsemisa no ato aso na ye bese culture to normal man 2 minutes performance na afa ye de nsemisa no ahyehye so better say pacha ushers ne so munya ready na munje microphone na munjina ama me na nsemisa no nhyase. Sir, Poko. Am I marrying a Kadi any binono? Sir, F. Poko. Jen, sir. Asante amamre no. Na etwagu no. Ah, Mami Barikisu yada ase. Mami Barikisu yada ase. Efe, uti amamra se. Star. Enu ano no. Hey. Energy abem, energy abem. Star. 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 Na ekọ, na eba, na ekọ, na eba. Jennifer. Asante amamra no no. Akiki nkofo. Prof nso sorry. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Sir. Sanya Yanoa. Oba Garden City. Sir. Afronya, we are dear papa. Sir. Asante amamra no. Echagu. Sebam. Sekutu. Sebam. Sekutu. Sebam. F. Poko. Ta. Na ya stressa mo am won say mi sanu to na mo ya line neba. Mo am won say mi sanu na mo ya line neba. E wa ni mi ya. Efatao. Share. Oya dia toto. Ta. Asante amamre na etwagu no. We unya ne be o just a PURC multi-year tariff order public hearing kwa. Star. Bo. Yeah. Bam. Oh, I are there. Star. Ode kasa. Mo amuti ase na wonso ode kasa. Ode kasa pa. Amamre fe. Star. F what? Pia. Oh, mo mo. Agufo my Agriculture Center and aba. Ebi ewie na person hu omo a. Wo de ehu mi. O ma bibi kakra me kire ba bia wo be hia omo why. Wada Roma penifo nananom eba eduso no ehu hia pa yie. De titu nti a ye wa ha no ehu hia pa yie. Ye be se so se eye microphone a ye de boy ebo no body mic no baako adi nsisem kakra nti wahu ba bia wo betim de amre me na me de ama niwura Wada Roma aya de se de na de tum anim. Enti wo be bo udin na wa cho ba bia wo free na wo de wasem bisa na to. Na mmom no your first 5 questions. Enti utility companies mo amoye presentation no FARA, ECG, Gridco, Ghana Water no mu noti owia na maba yi nsem na no na next 5 on so ayeden abasa na mpanifo ahyehye no me da say.
Okay, before our questions in the babano. Yes, sir. Say more modern man in your questions straight to the point. Say a comment, very short comment. My background be nipa be person me there omo kasa. Nti mo modern na yenya ni tietiem na yentimi mfiri ha no. Madam ase.
Wada Roma ye betimi ahyase na mesre Ghana Water, ECG, VRA, Gridco, mpanimfo mo ye presentation no se omo bisa asam na Wada Roma na wakuchi ni nyina egu nkrata so so edu se ubeya no na ya wano nti mo betimi aba mechi wa ase ya enka enyi beje nka first 5 ni sia na maba Wada Roma first 5 ni sia na maba ya no se netie pacho ekwanda o starting.
Medasi, meeting the Reverend Evans Fusu Akumeyi from the Assemblies of God. Meda BBRC, Nananum, and then before she ha, Penja, what the Amaya said, this public engagement, so it to be the here and answered the beer, per se, the two, and more beer etimating. Share presentations are up here. I'm say, I dear Bako, and I did a more acotine. And I did a me who said you more acotine, said, Greco, VRA, ECG, and water company, more production, costs, levels, a cost lower. And in no, the entire Amanako Basa and said, Galamse, ain't na Emma Yenya Sanchez. And to be bisa said, PRC are more what they are no consumers. Enya Aquenya, Enya, all the utilities I buy and chain at affordable prices. At the end, I yen to be near Bakum. Na yen to be Mkuntia Galamse. Na Sebet to me a Quantia Galamsea. Nadia Okuta to me, Obetumia stop it Galamse. On me, we have to bear our teeth to the one who has the power to stop the Galamse. It is this forum now, it is not the forum to collect money or to ask for money, but it's a forum to bear our teeth to the authorities of this nation. Said, until they stop Galamse, we are not going to give any money to the PRC to give us affordable utility tariffs. I think we must send that clear signal to the government of this nation to say, until they stop them, we are not going to give any money to you. That is my complaint.
Best, Madam Roma, Boko, Sembisa, Boko, the worker and worker, and fat emotions will be room, your best remo. Now, I had the answer, I be you are no, Medasi.
Hello. Nana no man penning for Poshiawa. The first time I made back PURC meeting. Now, the 3 meeting, someone who say increment in normal pay. So they are on which mammy a good service. They want to say the 10 some or more carrying in a production and no more yet. It is a Juma and 7% increase production. And yet, customers and now, Sika, that institution is a Omonfanya Juma. Now, maybe a man who say, if you crown a Bibia Bassa or say increment. Naya Jituma, and here the good service of the Mayan. A free crime and chroma persua, Akoso modern. Say, what to walk around no Mabesu light as well. Now I am so you bedum cania. Who sent from a pa, now I am so you bedum cania. And so ta, now I am so you bedum cania. Eti, me want a good service. Me want to say ECG, any BRA, any Greco for any Mayan, here say, Omodi Oma this, the other 2 PRC, and you say, stage in a woman. And was said on increasing almost tariff more on to me Jessica. Sika no more yet, almost pedia juma. Mimi susu say, Oman Copa Bossian, Norman Panya juma, and as a PRC for a war, Omo Babosia dia, Omo Fama Omo, Norman Panya juma, no more a good service. It won't buy a good service there, then no maba. You won't say any good service now, dear chia. Because juma, what to won't say. You see, you are 7 video baby since 2016. I dear me, Yawa maker. It's not small. It is an or Baba 7 year. I'm a production breaky. Once I be to the tariff mumano. It doesn't make sense to me. It's immediate. I mean, want to say, and some of the abano dear and touch woman. It's almost uncle Mobosia. No more a good service. Omo my good service. Omo ni esi awa. I think the PRC for no abe won say good service. Yani ebe po ma ba to say ye be TS kana mo madam ase.
Okay, yeah, that's it. CEO of Obibini Blackman Limited, producers of Brukutu and Z Water. I don't know what I say to Jano. You try to also. You be here no.
Pancho Midindi James appear. the accountant, no Central Ghana Conference of SD headquarters, Father. So. Yet say be a miracle person a man picking the idea. Or say almost supply during the year 138,000 meters. Emma Atonsu Swame any other place beer meant me and taking note. Now person busa say sa 138,000 meters no. Emudu do saying and ye prepaid. Emudu do saying and ye postpaid. The Tosuminu ECG. I pray from 19 pesos to 61 pesos. I think that is what they said. Now, maybe when you say ECG, I was say almost set it up. If you say almost revenue collection no, and stronger. San tumuna ya dema omono, they will come back to this same place. If we say Oma me who said there are a whole lot of losses. Opening and also my loss reduction project. A car omo dear no, and as a loss is omo making no, omo de sa project no teso. But person who say ECG, I improve omo efficiency level. Yabema omo sa 61 pesos na omo can. But it will come to the same point. And maybe suggestion, apart from the question, you know, my suggestion back also say ECG should set up and strengthen their revenue collection point. Other than that, say a man even 100 Ghana cedis now, they will come back to this same place because there are a whole lot of inefficiencies in their revenue mobilization. Two, may ye chat to ECG. Meaning Ghana ha no organization provides meters apart from ECG. But ECG now meter. Me, for example, me prepaid meter. It took me 2 years before getting the prepaid meter. And no prano, I will be na me no. And math, me de beminya se meter. Enti na obehu no na manfo ankasa didi places bia. And can you say postpaid ne ba ho. Ba obekom no na postpaid ne wo ho. Recently mo barrier area ebe disconnected postpaid meters bebrebe. Mibusa ba ko say adenti no mo disconnect no wose sa meters we nyina no eni system so. And I'm catching say Ghana has say ahemfo na meters. Enye ECG for. Na omo kuta sa meters we no mo ba hen na beje ye. Enye ECG. Enti one, they should strengthen their system. Other than that, these inefficiencies will keep on existing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apia. Your best informer that Roma. Nama yin inti mama. Ushe kiu ni wapa. Ebi sugu soba. Nti moyen inti maya ya nibeje.
But your friend Isaac Mensi.
And you know, before our bebano, yeah, more than say one person, one question. Why na enye because some busa 4 questions are will be kura be musa into one person, one question. Thank you.
But your friend Isaac Mensa, a president of Fashion Designers Association of Ghana. Na yedika koma open PURC. We say muna mujina ho emma young consumers. And this omo survey and the proposal ba omo technical know-how PURC. God omo kana ha nyina no. Me hwemu a meet me hu say what so mo increase tariff na na sense so mo increase. So afibia ye baba yes our programming minim de ye customers ne de ye kan etimi change de omo de abramo because mo hwemu a eti se omo tumu de a na mo matu se ni so a if say mo ne yi mo si o say more technical know how betima hu say e wo so edi ana se ni ye to so biem ye hunu say increment nyina no ade ba akwa ye nua yi kan e galamsey ukọ site no so a tutu na ye galamsey no enya Ghana fo ade no obi firi ne mamu ebe sey asase ni nsuo na wo manma na ebetua ho ka menti ase enti sade wo ya Ghana water force mu ensem ma wo mu fi say percentage ni so no me hunu ba bi e wo Afei, ECG, paying back kasa was say, Yen sika na yaji only 11%. Now only Greco, only VRA, Asia, now 11%. Make us some idea. Mama Neum. A one no mobile share the entire 11%. And you know, the Gilly say, in answer, you can want some more. Finally,
that roman TTM. As our baby so obedient in a Roman Aquatanati. Mr. Isaac Yadasi. I'm saying, we see ECG, some will be Ghana water. Obey me about Casa. Oh, Madasi.
Nana no name penny for that was paper. Your friend warrant of class 2, Sumwa. Your mechano, I'm off where they can, but I want to put this suggestion across. Your Kagalam say, ECG for say, a how more, a moment to me see or more post any other things. Ghana water and so by or be complaining the same thing. Due to that, yeah, Yawahano, yes, you be chia, you be increasing me chiaka. Overhead the ECG or not PR forecast say, baby or honomoa, and was here a solar plants at the moment, which of course, yeah, baby chia, sa ekama. Madam Miss Remo, in fighting Galamsey, we also have a role to play. Those areas now, we can decide to cut them off the network. One man a light, now man a where say Galamsey no you need to me mesipo mano me supply ensure light mano and wintina on your light anyway now. I believe say ya him for the penny for what's our promo will stand up against Yenuanomone ahowa Galamsey. But if you keep them giving them light, then you are also asking them that they should continue with the Galamsey, which of course you cannot do your work. So let us cut them off our networks and deny them of electricity and water. It will also solve this Galamsey issue. Thank you very much.
That's it. Warrant officer, that's it. Pacho, Ghana water VRA. Pacho, Oses, Munyabutre. Ghana water VRA ECG. Yes, ECG, Ghana water. The Ote Udi Womono, Beya no my FFF, Madaroma. Omomansa Magana water woba. Momansa Magana water rep.
Nananum, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first question. See, Adena Yenya Yenya Bako, Yan fire 2 minutes a home dinner and fight Galamsey. Brother, me assure say, yeah, fight pa. Galamsey. Obianim say, team, but we share a one a common a dorsal. But of course, you bet me I am more. And that is why we are always joying to see better strategies. In some areas, nananum krabwa, omo obehunu, na nananum omo kasa, na yapame bimu. I believe, say if we continue in this same direction, by a few more months' time, there, the improvement pa. And I also can say yanya hu hwidia mo mai sika bia da eno de ye paucho because onim sika no ye gi na ye de ayensuo na mawo so ye be ye tu ni nyina ube mai sika no na ye abre unsuo at the same time no na ye kun Galamsey no ntokwa no why ye paucho pa memma ni sit da say Galamsey fo edi esukunim Galasin Fonsi, yan yanso ye wo efi. No, memma ni see that. Masikani bra. E biana ye be cook alam ye be kusa antokwano. Sometimes Galamsey Ghana water. We go extra mile. Yeah, to me patrol water bodies and because Yansun Siono, Water Resources Commission ho. Ye canny papemua, a yomujuma say or mobile buying. But yet to me come yet to me my police fusca, yet to me my sra fusca. Say omoya said the man in my and see mascarin bra. Na ekunu dia yakusuku. Brother Binsu can say, yenko pesika, na ye improve system no, ye improve service, and son of what yamae. Sa pepe na ye. On say, me buy no, me be chere juma ye. Na pure asikra mumrano. They will not give you sika unye. U be kwa kope sika. U invest where. Now and son of this tariff that can one mouth. Just say sometimes no say upokasa, then your books don't look good. Ukobobo siakra obiama o. Ya Ghana water no. Ya lucky say a major fan say suppliers and our contractors no. Omuni ya juma che. Emu ya yomukabe 3 years. Uko omu ya pipes ni say. Ya to me dika idumria. Omu ma ebium. Na say development work and koso emu nyansio pipe ndu babia enye se ba nisa enti se sikani ba we like to expand, we like to extend ubisa ECG4 yet me di omuka but because they consider us enti kadia ya ko payebosia betre adwuma no mu enti se ba ha se ya na ye bebo mo amane na mo ehu se ya adwuma no enti market PRC for say Monfa kakran count on say 20 po na maybe sa na ebia officer ya more. You can also tell them na omodi account amaye. Isolation of Galamsey areas. Oni Galamsey there we are. Ehun faso no wa obenya. Enye ye po na ye beka say ya isolate you. Because you know wa obese no. Na o say na say yeah ntimi be treaty. Unfortunately sometimes no omuye Galamsey no wo upstream enti omo wa form na omo amankodi meko ni bi no omo na emu den omo ni na esusu so it becomes very difficult to punish the direct culprits, but at the same time no it affects anyina Galamsey affect Ghana water pay sometimes it affect agriculture. Say na say yeti one news mu say Galamsey say even compete with cocoa farmlands Galamsey no enti ni ekon de say yakun dindindin na edi kunim ye go so mu beka ye ho na no mu ka ye ho pias obi an beka ye ho na ye ma ye ho mre kakra na ye ndi kunim edam ase
oh yes we edam ase ECG.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, as we showed on the presentation, the utilities must invest in the network as to whether they take loan, suppliers, credits, or wherever. They need to invest in the network, improve service before the regulator grants us tariff. So much of our presentation is to demonstrate what we have done with the network, the projects we have done in the network, so you will see good reason to grant us the tariff. So yes, that's what we do. The other question is on why should we talk about the 11%? So your typical electricity bill, as I said, is just the summation of the generation tariff, transmission tariff, and the distribution tariff. I mean, on an average. And once we determine that cost, then the commission determine how much each of you will pay based on your customer band. So it is important for us to talk about our 11% if it is not enough for us to do our business. And that's exactly what we are doing. So it's very, very important for us to talk about our share in the end user tariff. My colleague will talk about the meters.
Thank you. Yeah, Eddie Kano, Assembly of God, also for now, Kafa, Galamsi said, Galamsina, Ama, Yepre, Tumono, Pepacho, Galamseno, a womuka crabby. So, you my day, dinner, in Fidia, Eddie Dumano, your crabby, and no exchange rate, over inflation, in our Cajon, and Ama, Eddie, pretend Galamson, China, Ama, Yepre, and Tumono. Meters under the loss reduction program now, depending on how much. Yeah, meters are abonning in our prepaid meters. Yeah, more prepaid meters. We now prepaid. Now, idea a good so yeah, bo. We know can say, okay, meter our Kumasi enclave hand Ashanti you be brain now. I prepared na yeah, bo. I bet to the reduce those. Now, the don't know what can want something. Young boy, I feel a bit similar. Yɛmpɛ for me ate asɛ sɛ yɛbɛnya meters bebree aba system no mu a yɛde bɔbɔma obiara ɛho atɔ no nti ɛbɛba ɛm sɛ ɔma according to yɛmpɛ for no bɛ ɔpepe baako a ɛbɛba a yɛde ɛbɛ supply ama customers ama ɔmɔnya ɔmo meters na saa illegal meters na yɛde egu so a yɛko sɛ ehu sɛ ɔkɔfe bi abɔbɔ hɔ a yɛtu ɛkyerɛ sɛ dodoɔ naa no ɛsɛ sɛ ɔsɛ yɛba office ne yɛbɛpɛ kanea no yɛma office ɛnɛma no woka sɛ sɛ wobɔ office a meter gye na nyɛ dene wokɔ through the system wobɛnya but mu dodoɔ naa pɛ nkyɛnkyɛn nti ɛbɛsere mo yes nti wode yɛda roma asante ma mu ha general managers nnan ne nyinaa wɔ ha yɛne yɛhwɛ regions nyinaa wɔ hɔ. It is a baby crying, yeah. O control to on Sabeka. Yes, yeah, you too. Aye. And soja, Papa Soja, so see, and Kawamoa, or Maya Galamse, the communities, the Kayan Katom off. That's the entry to Mukra. Papa Toda Roma, Enesa, and Brother Mayapan, at the chest say, and yet, would be artist, I could get on Munano, and Oya Galamse, in Pupi. And you could come on, that's it, Ohasa, and Nipano. No more Papa so mine. Nina yɛbɛko na nanem wɔ ha deɛ na ɔmaboa me akɔ saa de no yɛbɛko meda mo ase.
Eso yɛda wase papaapa ECG engineer George Amwa general manager Ashanti West na mekae sɛ yɛsɛ sa nkɔfa yɛ nkyi mebɔ din bi a na nipa no anya mmaeɛ ɛyɛ director of communication for ECG Mr. William Boateng ɔwɔ a ɔma yɛhu no ɔmpagya ne nsa kakra ɔwɛvu ɔmo akwaba say yɛwɔ yɛ maame bo bayerɛ ahema a ɔno nso ɛwɔ race course ɔne ne team ɔmo nso wɔ ha bayerɛ ahema wɔ ha ɔmo yɛhu no ɔmo mɔ nsɛm bayerɛ ahema na wɔyɛ adeɛ ɔne ne team nyinaa ba UTAC for nso wɔ University Teachers Association of Ghana yɛwɔ Prof Eric Kwabena Che Abuaveri yɛwɔ Professor Mrs. Linda Oria Ofori yɛwɔ Professor Akwesi Afifa Echampong. Yawo Dr. Mrs. Ya Asantoa Osei. Yawo Dr. Mrs. Gloria Matanda Akabriu. Yawo Dr. Richard Bruce Lamte Esowa. Yawo Professor Kofi Ajenim Boateng Ewa. Yawo Mrs. Abigail Kusi, Dr. Mrs. Abigail Kusi Amponsa Ewa. And yawo Dr. Mrs. Mary Amwako Ewa. And finally yawo Dr. Isaac Kwabena Ejei and so on. Thank you for your good representation. About our next set of questions, 5. By your best sermon. I hear mama questions, and yet brief. If you are not assembly about Copebane, a trimwa na kowa, Madame Roma, a quanda, Yansat.
Madame Roma, begin the Emmanuel Copy Let's say, maybe the recommendation and say me who are ECG. services a wɔn de ma yɛ customers no yɛ customer ɛwɔ Roma Hill we mɛsrɛ ada wɔn ase sɛ especially power app ɛbaayɛ wɔn nyɛ time bɛkyerɛ yɛn ama sisi deɛ we just a click we wait to me summary of sika we tu ani nyinaa nti mɛda wɔn ase wɔn nkɔ so ama yɛ good service mɛda ase.
Yo, Pamto Meso, Mestre, Benfo, Nanam, and the demo, Ekasakakra. Within the Samuel Okoso, we were Tafo District, and as a municipal, we are some member, our Pankrono electoral area. Kakra, Meso, Neka, and say, let's see if one of you man on the Ukraine. You light ne pa light no you omo ene omo a ye wo ye mpatam a omo so so electricity aduma ne bi a obi ho a oni office ho o ye nkwanchen ana epiepie mu assistant fo no omo atimi nya kwan atimi twi light ne bi fam nchenchen ama atimi yusu ebi ho no mo a anam say won tua kana wo twifa atire ni nti no ko hwe no atone makase ne o yusu o ekoso ba bi bebre no kure That's the phone answer Bisuka home. I want to to one among and trying this escano. Me come to those says that's the kind of content channel. This is because of the Gia, Ukraine, and here's some pen to move. A bill, water was one on the Ukraine. Oh, pipe won't be crap here. Now, if you want to have a press, I'm myself now, I'm a pipe on the moment and Tony Buka. From Omama. This is a wild people snack or a pipe on my more use. Look at you, Dawson. The slow was there. Only look at you, my. Now I'm what because of the Tom Shannon, but what it about and then not a boo boo, not by papa and a boo boo. If I flap will be a ma. So I got some swap. Won't be going on money here. Not intimate more. Not more. Once a month, a brand here. You can move away, my now. A woman, get them.
As we are done. Next question.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Eli Jara, presiding member for Asokorima. So I speak on behalf of the people of Asawasi constituency, the Interior Minister's constituency. The Greco people are requesting for 7% increment, whilst the ECG are also requesting to increase 26 from 19% to 26%. They are here to demonstrate to us the combined effect of these tariffs they want to increase. Just this year, you have increased tariffs about 2 times, about 1.something% as I speak to you. Is already burdening the local people. Today, you want to increase in 2026. And one of your bases is that you use exchange rate, you use inflation. As it stands today, the dollar is here to escape jail. Inflation is single digit. The dollar is stable. The economic outlook of the country is generally positive and looking good. Why would you want to project paint a gloomy picture in 2026? We are hoping to build on the economic gain. So I plead with you that you should hasten slowly, not to go and increase any tariffs. Your services is appalling. In my electoral area in Asabi, most of the transformers are faulty. Every now and then, you can check your system. Every day we have ECG to come, the fault line to come and work on our transformers. They have to come and change some of the transformers for us. They have to also come and change some of the worn out cables. Some of your cables are exposed and kids can easily go and help themselves. The final point is that you have 7%. You said the rest of the money is going to the other value chains. Why don't you sit with them? Then you dialogue to ensure that you increase your 11% instead of overburdening the local people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Presiding Member, Asokorima Municipal.
National Association of beauticians and hairdressers. Miss Lemony de Casacra. A radin stam will be in Farmer Casai. Obias what in the sick the man why a radin sham. Then so Baku crane you are, can't say. One more Omuria light. Omo Murian. A quite say near Paswa. Ye be able with our phone and I say, ye budget, and it will be uncountable. Name Yama Pine and two. VRS over two, Greek over two. Not easy there to Nayania, you put for my now baby. Because the only number to me in Nayania, ye last if one, the bitch. And yes, no, Omo, almost almost show. Now, almost any state can own. Offense. Omino Mokata Yenina, Obiakati Galamsafe. Obiakati Galamsafe. Now, so Yenny or for me, Galamsene, a Muscan Yenny. Omo Mutipiano, and a sensual cracker 1 gallon. Staff on the fee and I'm the doctor. Light and his pan, staff on the fee and the acan, and then I'm the doctor. And to Omona, almost some for 40 more to a thank you. No, you show I'm on Castas and media Modiama Yen, I'm on country or and Fiona, Estena, a 300 after the upper 2,000. And a copy of my papa to do so. One country have fun, any idea. That I'm saying, cry, you didn't baby. I've so my papas. Last time I buy in the bed. Now, water, Penina or buy no better side. Mechlen the baby and few people watch. It sounds a nephew from and upper now. Oh, almost a check now catch from say. Hey, and see you one name. Okay, I was ready. I did take it here. Or not the Bacono. Mr. Cassiam minimum. And you know, I'm about Papa P. I'm going to catch that. Bronu, if you watch. Next time on almost a year. Yamin
It has a mamma one who sham the best in TTM. Yo. But this time round, we are doing 10 questions. And Sana ECG Negana Watane or Momoka Unabiano, Wadaroma.
I did about one support one recognize here. The friend Association of Certified Electrical Wire Professional. And that's it. Yeah, Juma say that you rough one term any ECG in term electricians. Now, Omani one repia pen LI 3008. I don't know if I say and can you say ma a man for you soon for your bambo by Juma. Amadi or how a woman and my pay and the cost room and subeti. Now, ECG point by Adin say, Bayan Fear Junior, Naturally as I made in Bano. Losses or more can once a swati. Pa. Indeed. Sam did say, Omo when you show. Now, Uncle said, I there be a bear officer, and name Yaba down. See an inspector's near association, I think I was swap. And passing your how a woman and my loss no cost room, a bills in the idea, a costume might be a better asking, animal better. But you know, be one more, a pretty gua, and did say, Yabako Moshe and Yanom Yaku. Now, Yapakin, Sebea, Rema, Sani Manin, a swati. And now, what a river authority in so can see. Almost in Kuna Chawamu, a dance and when she had Momo solar. The number said, when himself solar generation and solar, initial cost they have, I run it cost you. But no one can be saying, one cannot, Esopa, but cannot be simply that. One more generation, 1 year we are, one time moment to pay no more maintenance cost, and now said, 1 be too free. Massimsa.
Let us see, Miss Osei. Seal Park for a penny back Certified Electrical Wiring Professionals Association of Ghana. Ipacha Daddy Yanko.
Midindi Daniel Ankuma. KJTR Central Market. I do the folk will be covered. Mobra Mobra Nina Tutu easily. Mohawina with its support a bubble. Sentini said illegal connection. Mon call for no one a poema among four. Anything as Kanuma. Yedi hobby. Baby, I tell you, yet is a parliament. The two Kanya or if you say, woman, they can't say you're not correct, say you're not correct. Maybe say, what could you say cannot be parliament? Yedi hobby. Companies are who do baby. Our Ghana. Yati, say woman the cat. Mibisa ECG for say, Saponua, Edika, those companies no, what this kind of you more? Yedi hobby, your factories, baby. Some factories, that is so only the car, Cassia. Mibisa ECG for say, Sakanua factories for a deal, what this can. Yeah, Eddie hobby hospitals. Yati baby. So woman the ECD foka. Me be such sa kanua hospital Eddie ECD no. Makoje. Ebio.
Papa now you in my daddy.
Last week Tuesday, and now she said, one with you join news 7 o'clock. One more can say, over the car electricity. Ada na mwafia manika ai bebrebe na monkoje ehihye ben na moye akwakoji tseskan ge na moye akwaji parliament ge na mo ehihye ben na moye akwakoji tseskan wonyina monkoje ni nyina ewia afen na momma mebo ya manye se ya koji jisikani nyina nti ehia momoa ansa na yaboa mo.
Oh, yeah, that's Daddy Nyamisha for your contribution. Next question. Kejetia Central Market Association for Rep Bakono. Wafaya.
Madam was paying for Nananom paying for Mr. Kasagaka. Your friend Ruben Ame, General Secretary, Combined Traders Association, Kejetia. Masem Koma ECG for. If I carry as Masem. Mijidi se Kasa, me and make us say, me onipa Ghana. Bear 5,000 mutisem me but more my monty make us say. February 17, 2023. Mako ECG no mako meter. Omo adi ababo mi fi amame. Na de bia mi chase omo say omo fa bill mbre me. Me koya ko Purc. Ekema last week Wednesday and on besa meter no mame. It mbisa omo say nipa bear 5,000 mutisem me. I be on PM be country say, brand a bill. For the bill no brand no. Can you now all use no? Size cano, Mumbe de Aji. The one young just wa over some babium say, young mouse can be young 2 months after on Yamana. Per se is for you, no mammy.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Yeah, make us say, the TNT attack opener. Original 18 Traders Association. In a better one. Now, my son Busa say, Ghana water. Omaka Sape, Omaka Sadodos of power. And the people say, it's your own man. Omama, your 10 beer, Mama is Suana. Because the Timmy Busa say, and I do 12 o'clock. I'm in better to Mono. Satam no move against you. The better man are green. I can't give me the family. You start up kinting, insurance you ma study as a panel, Banica. We shall say problem Ben one more. Now, but see what send me. I'm a solid 12 o'clock. And in tea, Master
Madam Roma, best say, Mama, a hundred din kakrana, Obia ante the Obisano. Madam Roma.
I'm saying, what can we say, baby? And your papa. I must make sure we say. At the end of morning, I want to a few home. Woman, your demonstration, Pia Magana, what to say, what I was. Yes, so, only the Galamtani high. It is hard to be there. Omo no to sana 1 year, who say, Omo be. Like I'm saying, no, almost say, can afford to be there. Yanzo so, a mile chair, one shiano, I never program and almost say, yes, you. Woman say, it's your almost said one. Almost a comumo. Nayani at Yasu a bad day, Yama. I ain't ya, a bit ya, about what? When ya dear, Bema as you when you ever war, once when I dear. I didn't say Bassa. Yet ya dear, now all what much we see, no one say you, yeah, ma, ever woman when ya dear. This says, Omutu one among, no one demonstration, from Gesti. Our war, Papa Romo, Omutu Gam said, Omu, Omu Dachi, yet Yamu, which is Adamon.
Thank you very much, sir. Next question. Things say your we are now about Kuna for your mother year no.
The Premier has done for between Poultry Farmers Association. Now, when some Bisano Echo Majesty before, almost say, can be power no, you see only Moton Mine 21.9 pesos. Or more a Pisinaco 0.61 pesos for the next 5 years. Until Ukaprikia, a year 221%. And we say, you give way too much. Industries be I issue this to poor power, the need to good. And I be cost push inflation. So I'm not more to my at that level. Yeah, so if my dear, you have to back home and to ordinary consumer money. And to me, sir, PRC was said that increase in annual thing. Almost so much of come in. The vehicle industry say what companies of who use power in
I said daddy. Last question now for ECG Ghana Water VRA. What would you do? No be ban no be here no. Me that's it.
Very informative. Madam Asene Akonya Momenya. We didn't clear for Sapo. No SILPAD. Certified wiring regulation for the professionals in mobile. Now, my same is a common power chain for me. And it's recently about Ghana Parliament, Energy Minister by say, one city or more they took fuel, so in such a way, say, or more the beboa ye see the power, said the Bayer on Bayer a Jumakama, am I? About sa one city, say, a day fuel, so will be out of fuel or multi-film. Sa Sikano. Kosei, and a bio IMF, we did say PULC, Mota deba, quarter be a moya tariff adjustment. Nina yet in such a way say, Moba to light poor near you said a bear, what you man be coso. Sa adjustment may be say. Se tariffs we no yaji tuma sa adjustment na besa be ka ho ana se we de yaji tuma MPU ma semisa
ase yemfa ase misani nsuo na afi enya no ne mra na meti PU ase de dog ku be ya no ana se ano de yema ne ntwam obi sase review no quarterly review na be koso. Ya 10 naso ana anti mo beti ma be ya no madaroma mo beti ma be ya no ECG Ghana Water VRA Gridco baby I woti udi wo mu no na beti free o mai
On the quarterly adjustment, I think the last question on the quarterly adjustment and the IMF conditionalities. True, I think Ghana went to IMF a couple of years ago to agree on some conditionalities. I think even last month, last week they were in Ghana. We met them to engage, and they are aware of this MITO and the processes that we are going through to the MITO, that's the multi-year tariff order. Some of the conditionalities actually also requires that we take care of the energy sector debt. And if I say the energy sector debt, what it means is that every year the country is spending about $2 billion to take care of the power sector alone. So the IMF is saying that this is a debt that is accumulating that we must all look at. And PRC and all of us are taking consideration of it. And we are also trying as much as possible to limit the debt. That debt, what it means is that instead of using the money for our roads construction, our hospitals, our schools, and other things, we are using all our money that we get as a country to power or provide electricity. So it's just an issue that we all need to look at and see how best we can handle it as a country. For the quarterly adjustment, that's what we've been doing. We have our own guidelines as a commission, and every 3 months we consider the macroeconomic conditions. Like my brother from the presiding member indicated, that's inflation, exchange rate, hydrothermal mix, and some other very important conditions in arriving at the quarterly adjustment. We are doing that anytime those economic conditions improve, we factor them in. So a tariff adjustment is not necessarily an increase all the time. I mean, there are times where we'll be looking at a reduction. And anytime these macroeconomic conditions are doing so well, I mean, we are all consumers. We will look at it and adjust the tariff to reflect it. And we are doing that for the interest of Ghana and for the interest of the consumer. Let's not forget that the most important issue we are all looking at is to keep the light on, ensuring that every day we wake up, there's stable light. And it is a consensual effort we must all put together to ensure that we get that for the consumer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So on the Ghana City one City Ghana levy, the reality is that the 1 city levy that was imposed by Parliament recently is a levy to cater for liquid fuel in the electricity generation build-up cost. Let me put it in another way. We have IPPs that are using fuel to generate power. And so as we speak, about 65% of the electricity ECG supplies to customers is produced by independent power producers or private people. Largely, they use gas to generate the power. The price of gas is part of the cost of the tariff. But where it becomes necessary or under emergency, we have to use other liquid fuel like HFO and DFO. So when we have to do that, it means that cost is not part of the tariff that you are paying. So the Ghana 1 city largely was meant to cater for situations where we have to use liquid fuel and not the gas. The gas is slightly cheaper. So that's why that levy was introduced. The other issue is the 225%. We want to state that from 19 pesos to 61 pesos, that ECG is requesting for is actually 225%. But to you, the electricity consumer, this comes to only 26%, and I will use a typical electricity bill of 100 cedis. If today you pay 100 Ghana cedis for your monthly electricity bill, if the commission accepts ECG's proposal for the same equipment and gadgets you will be using, you will only be paying 126 Ghana cedis. If you are paying 100 cedis today, the same gadget, the same equipment, and the commission accepts our proposal, your electricity bill would increase to 126 Ghana cedis. Only 26 cedis is the increase we are asking for, and not 226. Now, the issue on those that owe ECG, let me speak about what we call ministries, departments, and agencies, and that will include Parliament of Ghana. So yes, in the past, the MDAs, OS, but in recent times, we have put prepaid meters in most of the MDAs, and they have been paying their bills. For those that are classified as sensitive MDAs, like hospitals, like the military, like research centers, government has been making the payment to the extent that, as we speak, as of December 2024, government is not owing ECG for the consumption of electricity by ministries, departments, and agencies that are classified as sensitive. There is, I think I want to acknowledge the questioner who talked about our ECG mobile app. It's quite very good, and I thank him for acknowledging at least one thing we have done good. Then the question about why can't we sit with the value chain stakeholders and agree that ECG's 11% should now be 30% so that there will be no increase? No, it doesn't work like that. There is something called cost of service. The generation cost, the fuel I mentioned, the plants VRI brought to once a year, there will be operational cost to it. So it is this cost of service of all the utility stakeholders that is put together as your end user tariff or your electricity bill. So if you say ECG should go and take somebody's tariff, it means that there will be a shortfall there too. So our job is to present to the commission our actual cost of operation, including investment, for them to approve for us. And that's exactly what we have done. I think my colleague will take the rest of it.
Thank you. Edikana, opening our ball, ECG, Abaso said, Yen, Abba for Paya Paso de Disicano, and the Sopan, but then I see. If you buy a fair bear, me and Sunny, a honey echo, you will be a friend of cashless system. I just send there, let us go from Ghana, over our prana, will be an Susican. And the BBA upon also, of our phone, which may be beer, which you got to your BBA. And the first can show be some, say, Jukotia me bill, and I say, Juko Jibita Mame. One cassava is to what they were also, no, you change your das. The because of such a mokina, na Yama education up for the bay amount to be who say, yeah, KJT market, opening now Casino, you don't see. So we should say the penny kind to say, Kanyana yet on it will just kind of be free. Now, me, I say, Utumra watch this. I get you on Nakataka free bano. The KJT market, now more electricity can be free. Now, soon you go part aroma. And never look, I say, as at last month, Omotia, Omoka, Omudina, and the KJT Akrandica. And the city KJT Adekano, Sarana, or more the Karansunade, Yaji Biansu, and Nika. Oh, I must have Yamanajana Abasu, I had the bar, the KJT. I do manager. I only KJT about what is spelling in my Damas. Now, this is a Boboha bills, no, a man terminal. The Ukraina and I am so dear Dioso. Master, every day, and say, but trouble. A quite fast of it as local Grunkum mono. Yet, and our class will be if you feel if you are Bemwa, a coast street from it to another papa. Say, Sana Basana, it bore a check and Sana, yet to me, Aquafana, Yaba home bill at the Abba. Yankopa da Roma, Yampan for any Abai Akasa, Apasadia no. Ah, yes, I will admit a baby. Abafa ECG. Nasanam ECG the Apodia. Anybody actually to measure my bill no abantum. Said the Bayer, you will do your loss of so ebi. And she has said what it was. Why make our own why? And I'm about to buy no more associates here. If you go to my, I'm a BBI, I come. So be obvious about kind of building them now on Monday, Eka, and so Eka. Mr. Kakra, from besides, Mr. Kamas.
Good afternoon. There was a question from Tafo Pankrono about delay in attending to leakages. Tafo Pankrono is under Ashanti North District of Ghana Water Company. And the area, we have a lot of weak pipes. And earlier on in the year, we were constrained, but currently a backhoe has been provided to us So we are even being proactive to bury the lines now. So we have a program in place where we are burying the lines to prevent more leakages. Aside that, we have a platform with all the assemblymen and the unit committee members. So where there's a leakage in their area and we are not present, they are able to relay the leakage to us, and those leakages are attended to. Recently, we have also established a 24-hour call center, which will be taking those complaints and then they'll be attended to. So we are pleading with you to support us so that we can continue with the good work we are doing. For the Sofo line, my sister from the Ashanti South, this region, will handle that.
Medase. Na ansa na meka soko line deɛ no. Mepɛ sɛ metwi ni enye papa bia ba mepɛ sɛ na summarize ne me nua panyin ɛkaeɛ. Ne wɔkaeɛ ne sɛ yɛ nua baako ɛka sɛ nsuo bi ebugu wɔ Tafo area hɔ. Ɛna ɔsi nti Tafo saa area no ɛhyɛ Tafo Pankrɔ no district ase. Na mmerɛ kakra atwa mu yɛ wɔ ɔhaw kakra ɛwɔ area hɔ. Yɛ haw a yɛwɔ ne sɛ pipelines a egu fam no ayɛ mmerɛ dodoɔ na
ɛbrɛ kora ECG foɔ nyinaa nim sɛ ɛbrɛ a ɔmo bɔ meter bebree no ɛna ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɔmo trɛ ɔmo akwaban mu ɛkyerɛ sɛ the business is expanding into their revenue base ɔmo sika nyamu no ɛbɛtrɛ nanso so sɛ ɔpɛ meter wɔ ECG na wankɔbɔ edin kɛseɛ biara meter gu hɔ yɛmfɛ ma wo yɛbɛka kyerɛ sɛ meter ni hɔ anaasɛ this a wɔmmoamoa sika kɔhyɛ obi nsam ɛdeɛn na ɛfiri yɛn no baeɛ deɛ ɛfiri mu baeɛ ne sɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛuse power ɛnso so yɛmpɛ sɛ yɛbɛfa ɛkwan bɔne so yɛpɛ sɛ yɛfa ne kwan so ɛno nti ɛkɔbaa sɛ Ghanafoɔ asu yaa ma yɛn mpanimfoɔ tie yɛn sufrɛ ɛna ɔmo kɔfa meter ɛde brɛ yɛn amfa ECG sɛdeɛ ɔmo nim no ɛna yɛde abobɔ yɛuse power no ebi bɔ baabi a ECG fo meter dada wɔ wɔn mfie num mfie nsia ni asɛm a mekan meka ne ketewa bi sɛ ekuro bi a wobɛkɔ mu no wɔn nya koraa nipa bɛyɛ 50 use meter bɛyɛ sɛ afe mmienu mmiɛnsa ɛnan nie a ɛfa meter mu nanso so bill ɛma ECG say yɛmfa a ɛhɔ no nkɔ yɛ geographical system mu ɔmo kɔ 2 terms ɛhɔ no yɛn map yɛ yɛn hyehyɛ yɛn nyɛ ni say obi use power a ɛyɛ ɛfa meter mu a wo deɛ ne sɛ banka wadwuma kora na nka yɛ tia wokɔ hɔ a deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ woyɛ fa ho nyinaa yɔ ne nkɔ wo system so ne kɔfa bill brɛ no na ɔntua ECG ɛntumi nyɛ sika increment a wɔn kan sɛ nka meters a ɛwɔ yɛn kuro mu no sɛ nka wɔn ɛɛfa akyire na wɔn akapcha ne nyinaa de meter abrɛ wɔn a nka sika a wɔn bɛnya no ɛboro increment kura yɛ kan wɔn timi de wɔn san fa akyire abɛrɛ ahwehwɛ saa meters yi akona baabi a na mewɔ wɔn kasi yɛ mmerɛ register ɛwɔ asante mapɔn yɛtua fee yɛde yɛ Ghana card ɛne yɛ GPRS address ɛkeka ho yɛayɛ saa adeɛ no nyinaa ɛkɔ bɛyɛ afinie bibi ama nti meka kyerɛ ECG sɛ
Papa nyi tietiem
sɛdeɛ me nuanom no kaa yɛ yɛ use power no ɛbrɛ kora ɔmo mɛkyi mu sika ɔmo nyɛ nhyehyɛeɛ na ɔmo agye ti saa sika no n'anum bɛboro increment na ɔmo ɛɛpɛ no ɛso.
That's next question. Epacho emamuma obi anjo ne kiw ni bi o ye pon ano no. Deɛ aka no sɛ na mekyerɛ yɛ no yɛbɛkɔ akyire hɔ na complaint bi hɔ a yɛde ato dwa medase.
Yo, me pamcho. Another human need to say na mpanufo a tete yɛ no mu ahyia ne yɛka yɛ ha wa kyerɛ mo na mo so ma me ebu ayɛ. Na mesra mo ani die wu. Mesra mo ani die mpa me din de ya owusu. Me ka say free so ame. Mazi. Wo zone 4. Mesra mo. Ani we do ayɛ ba ha ne yɛ ka. Yɛ bɛka ne saa ne asɔre ne yɛ kɔ. Sabe that is before most yɛn nsɔni o. Nsɔni mo da mo wa ha sabe mo da mo mpanufo mo da mo wɔ office. Ewo mo a munsim fam na mo mra. Na mo mra mehwɛ bra yɛ brɛ wa sɛ. Aja wo yɛ adwuma do ɔba no ɔba okura pa ayi ɛfɔ the pride. Ɛne nneɛma wo yɛ yɛ na metwam. Sabe wo bɛpɛ duane akɔ. Na wo ne na hu no agya no kwan no ɔkɔ. So mia me tena ha mia me pɛ light akɔ me fie. Me fie wɔ kron no kwapra high day. Me pɛ light akɔ me fie, bɛsi fie awie. Light we elia hɔ nyinaa. Me electricity so ɔmo ba a ɔmo ma estimate abɛhwɛ ya. Ɔmo se meto 2 poles. Na me pɛ me 2 meters. Me tua me bibia edi boso me nwɔtwe. Me kwapra na yɛ ntɔpa. Na me danyame ase manager wɔ hɔ na me nim ne bi. Opinion, Pacho, question Mumbrant. Yes, some Penfocus are yet here or master, yes, Ramo. Make traffic is here. Now, me Pacho, a deposum watching, and son, I'm in second meter, any 2 posts in you. Oh, so I'm Musumian and Sunny. When your program crowd bed for a year, Bepano. Masa, one hour catcher. 1 hour catcher. That is the more castle, high tension. You two are see over here now. A ye mainland, not a year to out of 2 for more. A deposit ban, I know no man a book for me. Eti mi a mi ti ma edi mi na mi ko tu galam say mi be tu po na.
But you now born a tough farmer. Now born a tough farmer.
Galam say na say wo man. Mu jira han mo kan no kura ankyere. Ah, yenye demonstration ni anka say bi an day. That the electricity every high ayi. Galam say every high agem. Sa aban no wan twa galam say no obi an kwaduma. Ada bia na be. Yo kwa pen wanti ye wa yenya na be tuma to ntua no. Who come and so I teach it to you. And so I bet you my own band work and just out. Now, yeah, what from a bad day to happy.
Upon in Titium.
At least before most someone and so any appraisal matu. Now, me pacho, I knew one man, I what else do you for? Meaning, when now what that as you far and get ya, but no honor, come upon a battle. Yeah, how five what that it's me, papa, I mean, I'm sick, yes, ah. After ya ma family get ma bora mania ni ni wo bora be no am obi di moto ana bicycle no abaye after that man so wonu amu de na ni be ba be problem no sa ne ya adwuma e ku be bia mpan for mo tum nan mra from na mo mehwe won tra office ko
That's it.
If I tell you from me, I say to Thomas, make a summer certified electrical wiring professional super. But the oje kwane amount for bebre sifa so area electricity na ya de a ahomti ye papa enti mesre ECG mpanyimfo say omo be kwan bi am be paso a omo mrante no betri ni omo se na ebe ya amount for si area electricity na so betie ye to so mienu mo kasa no mo ye hu say ECG wa Ashanti region ha say mo 4 stations ni nyina yen ye wo kuma si ade super for no ye ko ba bia akọ ye adwuma na ba bi o ha obekọ no na se na ebi madi nkan aka no na meters bobọ ho a postpaid meters ni bi bobọ ho a be se enfie miensa ne nan na bill maaye enti se ECG bo se omo pe increment ye be se power theft a ekoso wo Ashanti region ha se na do so power apa enti omo modern se sa miaye hodo no a postpaid meters ni bobọ ho a omo ntua bills no ombekọ na obekwa akotutu na afi omanye sika se ne be yambetim dia run ECG company de to so mi no ye Ghana Water Company ye be stress mo ene ma mo presentation mo de ba ni na ye good pa na wo hwe mo percentage na mo de ba na mo say 5% na 5 seat right and mo stress ye ma mo 20 cities which is 300%. So we service amode man na and say akakakra because baby am say once we have match be 12 and now one unya nsuo na ne obeka kire me say nsuo na odi mam no me say entumu 300% a ano odi nti e be say modwuma no mo modern say mo bego menim na mo ba yenso atimi abo am sa me man say
That's it. Other Roma, na yesa di twam say there were reps from Ashanti Senior High and so were Ashanti Senior High, Prempeh College, ya Santua Girls, Kumasi Anglican, Omunyina Betayechi. The patrol said reps of the regional chief imam so were Amama Yungu Wada Roma. Na Edumediano and Fama Awie Yeso. The patrol Montuaso.
Madam Wasipa, if I'm within the operator, the broadcast journalist. Master Kodema PURC for Intimate PURC for Muntieri. But here presentations are ECG, Great Co, Ghana Water, or Mabe now PURC, see a program near beautiful lines near Kamwasama, which me fre. In what you more, I was a Kuno. We a test case at the moment. Because some of the reasons are power players ever so what took a name. And I would tire almost on per se ye 3 more now. A test case, some catch almost say they should go back and do the needful. Omunina Bogalam says so. Obi Galam say Genesika, and Timmy Mintia Hoto. Obi or how almost a per se the Kania Cobabia Caniani. Opasa Western electricity now in this guy. I pay and video Bia say, and Tiaguman Omo and Sikana Eban, Omo didn't have your Moka, Queen Sukura, baby, a few years, whatever. Yaka win na se PURC Musimunti, Oba mo pine, no more to Kanya News Yuma. Opa Among Kind Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 1 to 5.
Your friend Benjamin will say, yeah, wiring is better. At the same time, certified electrical wiring professional association. I'm their vice president. That's IPA. PRS hereby and my recognition. Because as far as statistics are concerned, if free BRA through a year, this is for year done. Customer say, "Oh, na the crop for by beer, BBA, you be more be on befa. Somebody be back, you can't say more and into more. Ever have pa. Say by beer, more BBA, recognize it. It has semi pass of Munsum. I never have one person who said, "Yen na ya boa because tariffs never managed a tribute." And at the same time, so I'm say, "Eh, fold in Tino, to be uncle, yeah, I can't more." Moka, meters and wasam. If I told meters in the promise in the back, but yes, I knew who. Na I can't must do the electricity for Emrano, a say customer and a veggie mitano. But what I afro, at Manam Koyama, no, Moka and say, a yes, premium, but still, the nyae. And to me, the best say, electricity moving forward her, Mumma meters and Rabbi Bimegu. District or just say, yeah, a one up. I make go what brow for ya. Let them out. If I told myself, I could be ECG. Nanka, online, you buy. Yeah,
Madam Roman, Titium.
If I told my yes, money we are, not the office, no more a register. But now I'm so instant answer. The percent in such a way say, yes, money we are. The customer of friend, or post to Nikana, a card about. I can run and Saka. If you want money, okay. And I thought the last one year, polls are, yeah, customer senator. What the Mrat was to pull now 24 hours in the abuse. At the end of the Bible, have a compost in the hall. What did she say? Let's say, let me up Boama, customer and I said, committing a boa. Among a woman say, I didn't know what on open for swa, a beboa. More friend, I didn't tell Casa, yet you know, baby. Your baby, I can't catch on who Ashanti, past president, Bibia Obiano, which will make a new Boama, Medina and Akosu.
I see, that I see. Nami Pacho, sir, what's some now kind of dear, Wadaroma, as a sayano, and I think that you should know refund on capital contribution. I was our now can kind, na Emre one wounding in a set, we are signing in every. Na ECG mao I go ahead na edu so mo betwe obi a eye ohamu abupe adusia omo de usika ebe ma na also almost the 49 there abom nti eno de ukọ anyabre na kenkan mu ye. Next question please.
But I must be brave. Me the Emmanuel Quartin, Chairman, KJT Petty Traders Association, and a PRO for Kumasi City Market Traders Union. Master maybe sir any. Say your presentations are also in a VRA as well per increment from 45% to 71% increment. Greco is also per 70% increment. ECG is per 19 to 26% increment. Ohe eniema omo abuboso nyina. Yesre ebisa se ebase omo ye transmission a yenim se ya na shortages bebre ewo omo dwumadi a omo de from Greco VRA to ECG. But the brown more presentation in so Oma my hunu sa transmission shortages na eba omujuma di anymore. A car a yana a womb. Anunti Omada Roma, Omo ni hwɛ saa bea hɔ ɛma this son said so one to me and so saa ne mana no a abrɛ ne abrɛ bia no mbeto saa frɛ Ghana for say yemra me tuas kan bi enka ho ɛwɔ abrɛ dwuma di na ɔmo die no abrɛ ne abrɛ nyina no ɔmo ɛbɔ ka ɛwɔ omujuma di a ɔmo edie no. Now, said the yin I know, so we gadini, now diga, now brandy a brain, oh boca, I would die would anymore. Now come here, said Jana would be Cecilia, Yeshua, Abrabia, ECG, and VRA, FPRC, so a becassa, say, yen adjustment, Sabia, you bet me this can be a can wama, or Mujumadiana or Modian, every. That pay na Ghana for and any more say. I feel the best one. Mobile can't trace. I feel ready. Ya mocha ni na in faso. Madam Wasi.
Grazie.
Yaframe Thompson, Apam, particular.
meyɛ adwuma wɔ Association of Ghana Industries. Sɛ yɛtoto kanea mu sɛ yɛ na kanea akɔyɛ sɛ mfidi nnwuma deɛ ɛka yɛ kɛse paa san sɛ kanea ɛgu yɛ nnwuma kɛse. Sɛ yɛgye yɛ nneɛma no wie ne yɛde kɔ dwa so a yɛne nneɛma a ɛfiri amanɔne aba China, Nigeria ne nyinaa na yɛtɔn wɔ edwa no so. Nti yɛde sei na yɛ nneɛma no boɔ yɛ den a ne yɛ nneɛma no tɔn ayɛ den ada sɛ adwuma no ɛbɛgu anaasɛ yɛbɛtu. Na yɛbisa sɛ yɛtum sei ɔmo a wɔbɛtɔ nneɛma no anaasɛ timamufoɔ no bosom yɛkatua nso yɛbɛtum sɛn ɛne yɛtum a ɔmo atumi atɔ. Ɛtɔ so sɛdeɛ yɛmunya akwan kyerɛkyerɛ mu nneɛma mu dwenti a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛtum sɛ nka yɛmfa sɛ ADR-foɔ anaasɛ mfirinwumafoɔ ɛwɔ ha ɛnso nkyerɛkyerɛ ɔmo asɛm mu the percentage of electricity in their production cost a ka bɛhu sɛ yɛbrɛ paa nti ka monya mmerɛ ɛma yɛn nso so yɛn ne mo ntena ase yɛnkyerɛkyerɛ mu deɛ electricity no ɛyɛ yɛn. Afei yɛtwa ne nyinaa na akɔsi galamsey yɛde apolisifoɔ ɔko yɛde sogyafoɔ ɔko ɛnyɛ yie. Yɛwɔ research institutions sɛ KNUS na ɔtwatwa mu wɔn bɛfa yɛ School of Engineering ɛkɔkyerɛkyerɛ research nɔɔma a ɔmɔde aba a ɛyɛ solution to our problems. In fact nɔɔma yɛnhwɛ hɔ nso yɛde wɔn ka bɔ mu a nsu na ne bɛte galamseyfoɔ no sika wɔ nti yɛku wɔn koraa na wɔn nso ɔmbɛn yɛmpɛ kwan foforɔ a yɛbɛtumi de aregulate wɔn ama wɔn ayɛ na yɛ so yɛn mo atɔ yɛ nsu na ne ate brɛ.
Thank you, Rep of AGI. Thank you very much.
Within the ancestry, me will KGT, that is Traditional Caterers Association. When I'm here by Islam, me don't want to say ne Jumedia moye. Na me want some me no be ma Greco, and a Volta River for, and I think the water for. Me person me busa say na papa ni share mon Greco ne Volta no mo say omo ye mini girls be. Na oche particular place be omo yes solar panels no for omo benya say light and show etwa omo ho ahia yeti krom ha no yenim say esirim ewiabo pa edien na omo ye afa ho say ewia na ebogu no ebenya so mfa so ewo sirim na esirim fo ne ye na ewa ha nyina always ye wo Volta River no so na akosombu na ye video na load do so ho no deɛ na wɔyɛ afa ho yɛwɔ saa mpanimfoɔ a bɛma presentation menim sɛ bebree na atu kwan yɛwɔ turbines bi wɔ hɔnom a that turbines fan bi a wɔde generating power kokoro bi so hɔnom ɔno ne nsuo ano yɛ this is what they been doing there so ho because of sɛ yɛmu mpanimfoɔ bebree light bill ne water bill na ɛbɛnka no yɛn na yɛwɔ fam ha no yɛn na ɛka yɛ eti ɛbaa yɛn de bi ɛde bɛbɛgu yɛ
Pacho ntintiam.
mepa atwa ma menkasa ma bɛtena 2 hours eti obi bi ma me nso menkasa ɔyɛ mesrɛ mo moma yɛnhwɛ ewia na ebogu ɛwɔ hɔ no mo na yɛnya so mfasoɔ na ɛmoa Ghana fo nyina yɛtɔ so bi ɛyɛ water Ghana water na ɔka bibi about ɔmo pumps a ɔmo de na ɔka so ɔmo de dollars ɛna ebibia na Greco ɛne other institution ɔmo bɛyɛ nyina no obiara yɛ a ɔkra ɛne fira brochure ba Ghana ha no yɛntumi nya Ghana fo yɛbɛtumi ayɛ pumps ne bi ama ɔmo ana yɛwɔ magazine nkurɔfoɔ gu hɔ a ɔmo yɛ adwuma a ɛsɔ ani ade ne yɛntumi ɛnkɔ hɔ nom na yɛnkɔ yɛma obi contract na ɔnyɛ adwuma na ɛmoa yɛ Ghanafoɔ no na saa nipa na ɛboa no ɔno ansa bɛtwa sika no san yɛ de ɛma wo dan sɛ because of sɛ biribi a ɛbɛfa baabi kakra nti no obi pɛ sɛ yɛkra firi aburokyire na yɛde ba bɛsrɛ mo yɛnhwɛ na yɛmmoa institutions na ɛwɔ Ghana no na yɛmmoa ma biribiara yɛ de yɛntumi nkɔ yɛ de
Point well noted.
mepakyɛw
Well noted.
mepakyɛw Daddy me patrol. Me ko ECG.
Yes, sir. Yeah, brasso. Omo maka no be one question. Yes, sir. Yeah, brasso. Nananom atena hache. Obi ba ha no mo sabe nsuo kra onom bi yes, sir.
Oh, me that's it. The friend Albert Benton, Ashanti Regional Youth Chair of TUC. The question and then I say, Aban a presentation aye nyina obi ape eye ntumu aban so eto akatua mu no otumu 10%.
Also, has there been any analysis and as correlation between percentage or more person to me any abide the as you said the two more will the people be able to afford saying
Thank you, comrade. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade.
Thank you.
Maudusu Sabina, Yabrana, so Wadaroma, Wadaroma.
The youth for average Ghanaian youth. A Juma, a Wahanama, a Juma, how many of the Ghanaian youth assessment and personal business say, and to me, impact, socio-economic impact, has there been any effective socio-economic impact on industries and job creation? And what benefit to me about Ghanaian youth? Am I young so to me a Juma aye? But that's
thank you. It's analysis. One question, please.
This is a good board for Buahana.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question. Next person. No, next person. Next person. See a next person.
My name is Anthony Junior ACM from Ghana Hotelier Association. My question is, I wanted to know what are the... Okay, my name is Anthony Junior ACM from Ghana Hotelier Association. I want to ask the ECG what specific measures will be implemented to mitigate power shortage and ensure a stable electrical supply to industries in Ashanti region. Because
thank you.
Thank you. It's a very good question. Very good question. They will answer.
Within the Kabina Edu, it's a Bremen. Nipaya there or Saye. Utility companies no my idea papa. Your best rese and to no motion more farm and can Ghana water for. Senior Siciano no Umpra smartphone competitor child bill no start 10 hash no. Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Me pabucho begin the edu edi awban no garages zone 7. Masem ni say me fiti say enkofo wia electricity achepa na misua. Still ye da so kan say enkofo wia electricity. The sanity there enya na electricity for na so. Musu wia electricity no. If you say kronfo no ba fie na say krama na mpo no there na je say krama no kronfo no and that's also there. Let's just confirm Koyajuma or what the Tefabre Cramano.
Thank you.
It will be my.
Next question. I think that Yabaperi answer.
Question about maybe I can't remember no connection no doors to be they are for their doors to be I can't remember from Mutane. Now, Ghana water. Say, you two say, can you ever get to say now? Those who can pay are now relying on borehole. And you on bet me Triana or more A2 a better customer to track. Gain or won't mean you. Those not my no ever move. That was it.
Thank you.
Within the Abinasafu, Ghana Hotels Association. Let's say, in 24 acre in 7 people, in Casamary. But the mechanic said, hey, find a new numbers for Ghana Water Limited. And I need to see, find a new those numbers. So that they are almost number in a piper, or my Christian, Nibro thing, Apaya, and Sony Buku, or be to my friend, Akacho. The new numbers, medicine care. Almost no at least FM stations no private now apple. Almost numbers no there. Now I talk of here extreme. And I went to some says Ghana Hotel Association where they be PURC work since 1997, for almost 28 years. If you are about most Tariff, say. Can you some where it's more a agricultural economic saying money energy commission. Say we know every binary Rico number UCG. Are there no more SAPR solar panels, no, any inverters, no, any lithium batteries, no. Won't come in your for my and your Baba Yan hotel. And they're just very simple. And I said, at least, you need a go for your plan. About it, sending Papa 1,000 for China, India, Yemen. I'm a my pushing those things for a statement. No, my system. So if there are problem, but you can get people to help. It's a mess away. I can try.
Thank you.
Wadaroma, it's in Bisa. Last batch in Bisa, you know, I also do na choir complaints. Any input. Now, meaning, say, my input now, Modia Balonso, ECG, Ghana Water, VRA, Greek Communina, the Bayer Juma, na Bibian, so Yankania, 7 Brand. Yabefa, the closing remarks from the chairman of the program, Dr. Kobnanya Kuotu. Na fe the award on Nanamudia tour. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Nananum. Thank you to all participants. It's been a long session. The room is very hot. If you know by and to say the moderator no can, we have noted all the suggestions, all the concerns. ECG for no customer service center, who additional suggestions are, you can go and give it. There's one thing me pese me chirim kakra. PURC yadwuma no emrada ho. Nti ade bi a ye no aha no enye ya adwen ne ye dey ye bom ne ye dey aye. So ECG for e make investment bia, sa investment no ye betu ahoka. And say o ma adwuma no ye fra no regulated until say obi a oton sabe tomatoes. The ope and waton. ECG for say ka omo nko a nko me kan chiro bia nke no an so omo increase omo cost no. But regulated nti ese se obi ti ase ansa na omo atumi adai. Into omo ankasa no ye ma omo kwan e mo mu nya profit. They just break even. The okoto no ene the oton no equal. No e bi obo besia or the interest kakra e dey atoso. Na bibia obeye bia no ye de hye tariff no mre da ho no na bia obekwa akobo besia e na ode aye. That's what they do. Dritco ombo besia pa no mutumi bo besia na bia okobang na bang ne hwe ne books na o se mintumi ma obesia. Okay, ebi nso abesia na obebo no bank na ehwe se the tariff now onya no bosumi bia no enough to be able to pay for the service and why they wakobo no. Enti yenti ase a regulated entity. Until say obi a oton na ade bia ope the ope no de oton no. We no otumi eno ono ankasa by the matum. Enti na yeti hey. Ghana ha no mo han beto na ade ma ofre ehemfo ani obi atena se. Obi en ho yesa. Omo no de na nam se mrada ho nti and they have been forced to come here to answer questions. Na me pesa me sha mo boss obi busa say aketu antum ebekosen. In fact me adwuma o ti isi. Me to tripartite. Nti no omo proposal no ma ho. Ye ko tripartite na ye kotu minimum wage ma me ka ho asem e dey e wo ho. Consumer for no omo ka ho asem. They know the quality of service. Meter amunya no yenim. Meter achise wa bopani bi din ansa na onsaka no yenim. In fact me akra metie mi meter mfie ebosume be ye nan ni. Uto credit gusu a en ready. Credit gusu sa me no maka. So we know all of that. Be rest assured that we will factor everything, including my own experience, and your experience as you have shared. We will factor them in the decision the commissioners will make. On that note, I want to say a big thank you to Nananum. They have sat for all this period, more than 3 or 4 hours. We are grateful. I want to say a big thank you to my fellow commissioners. They've also sat, they've taken copious note from all the complaints and from all the suggestions. I also want to thank the utility companies. They have really done well. They've been patient. They've been asked serious questions. But Oma Bomotin Etimia Day, more concerns on Oma they will try very hard to also deal with it. Finally, I want to thank all of you for your patience, for all the questions, the endurance you have gone through today to bring this to a successful end. As we go back, you will reflect your concerns into the tariff decision that the PRC will make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwabena Nyaku Otu. Yadamasi bebre, yadamasi a ensa. Se adeche na akoko bon pe na wotia na ye PURC Ashanti region, PURC the whole Ghana, and yadamu amoba ye nyina ase. Midinte Richard Asiedu, me a PR and external affairs officer at my PURC Ashanti. Yadamasi bebre. Enti yane nanano betwa mfonyini no dodo na wa anim ya na afei yapon na yapon no mepacho rep of the